Do we have sound? Good morning. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone. My name is Deborah Montoya, and I'll be your presenter today. We are reviewing the California Practitioner's Guide for English Learners with Disabilities this morning. You are participating live here in Imperial County. Imperial County Office of Education is the host of our Imperial County SELPA, so big thank you to all of our participating 17 school districts here in Imperial County. Our Superintendent of ICOE, Dr. Fennell, we're very supportive of the work that we do in our SELPA and in supporting us to ensure that we provide effective services for students with disabilities. So today, in particular, this presentation is being provided live via Zoom. So hello to all of our Zoom participants, and thank you for joining us. We thank you all those live via Zoom and local, because we know that it's difficult to leave your work site, taking timelines if you're an assessor, writing IEPs, and instruction, of course. So again, thank you very much deeply for coming and sharing with us in this work that we're doing. And I say us because it's not just myself. It is a team of folks, so myself as the director of our SELPA here in Imperial County, but I also have two coordinators who are assisting me. So for our Zoom participants, you may not see her, but Lupita Holguin Rubio will be your moderator via Zoom, answering any live questions that you have. And in addition, we have Vanessa Lopez, who is not in the room with us today. She's at another training. But we are working together as a SELPA content lead, providing these services on behalf of CDE and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, CCEE. And we'll be reviewing today in particular the California Practitioner's Guide for English Learners with Disabilities, which is the work of CDE, both the EL division and the Special Education division. So this really is unprecedented times. We see that two distinct groups are working together, and we see that in our audience today, where we see general educators and special educators working together in support of all students. All students are our students. We just here at Imperial County SELPA get to be the vehicle to provide PD and technical assistance surrounding this guide, because many, many experts worked around the table to produce this particular work. So I'm just honored to be able to be the vehicle that shares this work with you. So today we will be going through the Practitioner's Guide. We will be going through all 5 sections. Those who are participating local, you do have the guide before you. Our friends who are participating online, you do have the resource to the guide. So the guide in actuality is in the link for those who are participating via Zoom. And we will go section by section. So we do have a lot to cover in one day. The manual wasn't necessarily written for us to read and consume in one day. It is over 400 pages long. But we will go section by section and pause where I think it's particularly interesting and based on some of the questions that I received from the field. So we will be tabbing and sticking multiple areas as we stop and discuss as teams and look at our practices. So sometimes you may have more questions than you came in with, because we will go through the sections and talk about systems within your particular district, school sites, programs. So we will go through each of the distinct sections of the Practitioner's Guide. For our Zoom participants, again, you do have a chat feature at the bottom there. So if you click chat, Ms. Holguin Rubio will answer your particular questions, and or I'll take the mic to her and she'll ask the question live on your behalf. In as much as we want everybody live and local to answer, we will answer your questions. So the Practitioner's Guide, the footnote. So again, it is a document fully sponsored by CDE. Although there are best practices, you'll see many exemplars within the Practitioner's Guide, but nevertheless, you're all bound by your board decisions, by that of your LEA, your county offices. So again, as a disclaimer, again, we do note that this is an exemplar of best practices that we hope to see in the field. I'll put a footnote for myself as well, as once a special ed director, once a school psychologist, now the SELPA director. That I will share with you from my own practice and my own experiences. But nevertheless, we always know that there are challenges in different areas, and we're serving very different students within our respective school districts, school sites, county offices as well. So section 1, we're going to talk a little bit about systems, English learners. So again, not yet students with disabilities, but just English learners and the needs of English learners, and how you as districts, county offices, school sites serve and work with your students as part of the larger system of MTSS. Because we know that all students are unique. Every child that we serve is a unique child. Every child that we serve has unique and different needs. And we know this, whether if they're the same or different, we're all more alike than different. We've heard that one before. But again, we all have our differences. We all have our relative strengths and our own relative weaknesses. So when we think of that, always thinking of the lens of this child and all of their abilities that they bring to the table. The work that we're doing today is a part of a greater system as well. So you may be working collaboratively with your county office, with your geographic leads in your area, doing systems work within this area. For our Zoom participants, if you're wondering where we are, Imperial County is here, very far in the corner. And that's why we are especially pleased to try this new avenue of participating via Zoom, because we understand what it's like to be small and rural and try to get the type of PD that we need when we need it. So the opportunity to, again, to reach out to others in the field is its own blessing that we feel. But again, we also are looking to your feedback for questions. We receive your emails so that, again, we can continue to hone our own craft, because we believe that we are all lifelong learners. We all are consistently learning and growing in our work. Because our work involves many, many factors. We know that the state priorities are real and they're a requirement. And we want to ensure that every student has a full opportunity to have that basic access, to have all of the services and supports that they need. And we also know that the dashboard is something that's live and real. I know that now the scores are no longer embargoed, and people are already looking at, are we in differentiated assistance? Is your school site a CSI school, an ATSI school? What does that look like? So lots of conversations around what is the work that we do for all kids is very important, and that includes students with disabilities, because we know that in each of those pockets, whether you receive supplemental or concentration dollars, we know that in every pocket we have students with disabilities. So students with disabilities who are also potentially low SES, who are potentially foster youth, who are potentially ELs. And today the majority, or the full day, will focus on our students who are dually identified English learners with disabilities. So we know that that will be our focus for today, because they have very compounding needs. And our students, again, who are both ELs and students with disabilities, though in two different subgroups, especially when we look at our dashboard data, we know that when we drill down to the single student data, it may be the same student. And some of you may work in areas much like ours, where again, we know students that are in each of these categories, one student identified in each of these. So we know that again, we're thinking about trauma-informed practices, English learner best practices. We look for students with disabilities best practices. So again, we have to marry all of this information that we have. That could be a tall task for us. So who are students with disabilities and English learners? So in California, we know that about 28% of our students are English learners with disabilities as a whole. So we know that, again, it is a group of students who need our attention and our care, of course. But more so, what our practices look like as we serve students with disabilities who are English learners. Our students with disabilities, again, indicating that when assessed comprehensively, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, that they do have an actual disability amongst the Ed Code listings of disability categories in California, and we'll talk a little bit about that too. But when we look at languages as well, and this is very true and common for us here locally, because locally our primary language, or we say, is Spanish. So we speak Spanish very normally on our playgrounds, in our classrooms. But nevertheless, we understand that in some areas, in some counties, there may be more than 10 languages, different dialects within languages. And we know that, again, that makes the work that we do that much more delicate, if you will, when we look at, do we have the interpreter workforce that we need? Do we have the tools and the resources that we need to serve the different types of disabilities and or languages, because they are two distinct things, our students with disabilities and our students who may have a language difference. So again, as we look at those students in the middle that are dually identified English learners with disabilities. What we do know is that our students with disabilities as a subgroup and our English learners as a subgroup have been falling behind when we look at the rate of progress that they make on statewide assessments. So that's something that we know is happening, and we're constantly looking at how do we refine our instructional practices to meet their needs. And we also know that our students are continuing to trail behind. And how do we look at the different subgroups? How do we drill down? In Imperial County, we do have a percentage of 41% English learners, so we have a large population. So we look at that carefully and craftily as we consider of those students when they are referred potentially. We're going to talk about referral practices in a little bit. To be careful to not over-identify, to not under-identify, but that we actually look at each child for their needs, whether it's predominantly based in just the language different, or perhaps there is a disability and disability need there. So how does this all get started? So it all gets started with that home language survey, which maybe for your district goes out in a packet, maybe they sit with your school registrar, the clerk, your administrative assistant, filling out the home language survey at the initial. And we know that, again, parents are going to indicate what they feel is appropriate. So if there is another language in the home, the child will be marked as an English learner. So if they answer any of those 4 questions that are on there and it says that they are an English learner, then we will see that within those first 30 days, we have to quickly turn around and have the child assessed with the LPAC. So the LPAC assessment, again, the initial, is that first step to identifying, is this child an actual English learner? Because potentially they can be classified as an RFEB. So they're gonna, as an IFEB. So they're gonna be assessed initially and we determine, or the assessment, through the assessment tool, it's determined that the child is not necessarily an English learner. Yes, there is a second language, but they have developed enough academic English to continue on. We have those students from initial who will then go into the summative. And that summative assessment could then lead us to the conversation about reclassification. So the last conversation of today, which is section 5 of the practitioner's guide, is regarding reclassification. So we will get to reclassification at the end of the day today. But we will also talk about the LPAC a little bit later this afternoon as well. But when we look at it from the initial standpoint and our students coming right into school, we may find that we have students who were identified with a disability as early as an infant toddler program. So maybe they had an IFSP, they progressed then to preschool and they transitioned to Part B services through the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. So they may already have a need for universal supports, designated supports, or accommodations right at that initial moment. And then we have students who are English learners, not yet identified. So we're going to talk about the referral process a little bit. But again, the English language proficiency is something, again, that we need to be clear and determine that, because what we find is that there are times that perhaps we haven't yet discussed what types of supports the child needs to take the assessment itself. Because initial, again, 30 days is a quick turnaround. I recognize that at school sites, it's a difficult turnaround when you're looking, who are LPAC assessors? Are they aware that there are universal tools and supports? So you do have a tool in your packet, which is the LPAC Administration Checklist. This is a relatively new tool. CDE has done a phenomenal job with their teams to update forms, to update resources. So I'm very glad that this was timely. If you receive the CASP emails that go out statewide, then there were embedded links to the newest resources, and you can also find them on the CASP website. And for our Zoom participants, it's in the folder that you received electronically, and then you have it in your particular, in your folders here. So the LPAC Administration Student Accessibility List, again, you have that in your folder, and you'll see that it's broken up into the domains, the listening, the speaking, the reading, and the writing. Because unlike the SBAC tool, where it's either all, everything that you need for in ELA and everything that you need in math, LPAC, again, we're looking at the different domains. So I want you to take some time to review this document because it may be new to you. How many of you had seen this document prior to? Yeah, it's kind of hot off the press for many of us. So let's take some time to review it. Do a buddy talk. There might be something that was an aha that you hadn't maybe considered before. So let's take some quick time to review the form, and then we'll circle back. Let's do a quick 5 minutes just to review. Oops. Thank you for sharing. I want to highlight some of the comments that were in the group, which again may be very common questions also for our participants who are participating live. So I think I heard some questions about, well, if a student doesn't yet have a disability or not identified, an English learner without a disability, yes, they have access to universal supports and designated supports. They do have access. So if they're coming in initially, that does make for a very quick turnaround for your teams, whether it's the teacher, whether it's the LPAC administrator, and who's having those conversations about what the child might need in that initial period of the 30 days to fully access the LPAC. That becomes logistically hard. I get that. Having worked at a school site, again, that becomes logistically hard because typically it's not the teacher that's entering the universal supports and the designated supports. It is maybe the principal, maybe it's the staff site coordinator. It's usually someone else. And I definitely wanted to highlight value of a comment that was made on one of the tables was, well, we have to have conversations. And absolutely, the more that we can bring together our friends, EL, and special educators, the better off our kiddos will be for it, because then again, we'll have those active conversations. Because if we're speaking to a student who is an English learner, they may use universal supports and designated supports. We may have students who have entered initially and they were assessed and they have an IEP, they're just transitioning from an IFSP to an IEP, and we know that they need designated supports and accommodations potentially. So again, as we look at this tool, it is a resource and a tool to help as another vehicle to get the groups together, to have conversations, to have dialogue and discussion. Because no form is going to be as good as the conversations that you're having in teams. The conversations that you're having are going to bring fruitful conversations surrounding each of these areas. Yes, a question. Oh, hold on. I'm supposed to give you question. Yes.
Okay, you had stated that within the first 30 days of entering school, the student needs to be assessed.
Initial LPAC.
Yes, initial. What if for some reason maybe the student's IEP is not up to date, it's not current, and we need to do a triennial and start from scratch basically? Can those 30 days be extended?
That's a very good question. And again, if there's anyone who chimes in, but to my knowledge, you can't extend. During the first 30 days, we have to have a turnaround. There's a Title I and Title III regs, are the big superseders, and the requirement is in that 30 days. Nevertheless, when we come to the summative, because we may find that we have students assessed for the initial and then determine that additional supports would have made that assessment much more accessible. It happens, and I mean, we have to all recognize that we live in an imperfect world. We can only get better. And when we see those things, we might have an amendment. So if it is a child with a disability who we need to reconsider, what did those accessibility tools look like? And we'll talk a little bit more about assessments later today with the LPAC and then the CAA as they come into play. But we may have students, again, that due to their disability may not be able to access the LPAC as fully. And again, I don't know if anyone noticed the domain exemptions. So it is on the form as well. If the universal tools, the accommodations, designated, embedded, and embedded. So if we've exhausted all of the supports and due to the disability, the uniqueness of that disability, it may be that we're exempting one or more of the items in a domain or a domain altogether. We just have to be a little bit cautious about that because we may have students that fall into a no score, a loss score, lowest obtainable scale score. And I'll come back to that as we continue. If you have questions, so the LPAC resource is an excellent companion tool to review all of those accessibility tools. On the LPAC website, you'll also find videos that go through the accessibility tools if you haven't had an opportunity yet to go through those. Because again, we may have students that need to use different types of accessibility tools, all of the universals, potentially some designated embedded, not embedded, in addition to their accommodations if they are a student with a disability. So just to be clear, again, students with a disability do have full use of universal designated and accommodations, whereas any student with or without disability, has access to the universal tools and the designated supports. Okay? And we'll come back to that tool, that resource. This graphic has not been yet updated. Do know that the Matrix 4 has been updated recently, so that one has recently changed because the summative assessment will be computer-based. That February 1st window will be open for the summative assessment, and students will be able to take the assessment fully computerized. Our kinders and through our seconds, our little ones, they're going to have some access to paper for the writing, but we do know that it's computerized. So again, be thinking and forward thinking that you may need to amend some IEPs if you do have dually identified students who have an IEP or a 504 and are English learners to ensure that they have access to the accessibility tools. So as we meet the needs of English learners, we ask this big why. So if we come back, we're already talking about accessibility. We're talking about English learners who may or may not have a disability at this point. So if we think of it from that standpoint, just English learners we know have multiple needs. And historically, potentially there have been areas where we have not met their full need. And the history tells us that we continue to grow and get better, and that we continue to work and strive to support our students who are English learners so that they have a full continuum, that they have the same rigor and access and equity to curriculum and instruction, to school sites. That again, we have an awareness of what, again, the history and where we're coming from is very important. Because as we move forward, we're going to be talking about English learners, but we're also going to step into that realm of when we start considering that maybe there's more. Do they have more needs on top of the fact that they have a language difference? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they just need more interventions to meet their English language learner needs. So let's see, clicker. You'll see there on the bottom, see it was telling me not to forget, the Global Economy Initiative. If you haven't had an opportunity to read through that, it is very, very supportive. If you read there again, we've made a big shift. We're going to talk about, or we're not going to talk about a proposition that goes to be unnamed. Now with Prop 58, we absolutely look at assets-based learning. We look at using the second language, using the skills that our students have, and also giving parent choice. Because we have parents of children who are completely monolingual who want to learn another language, who see that we're moving into a different economy for opportunities, that the workforce looks very, very different. And how can we build and expand our language, our linguistic being, and our ability to communicate and socialize, or just a communicative competence of all of us. So again, as we look at the opportunities that students have and parent choice for programs for dual language learners. But we're going to start here, before referral. Because I know sometimes I start talking about student study teams or student success teams, and people will say, oh, okay, that's how I refer students for special education. Not necessarily. When we look at our student study teams, student success teams, RTI Square teams, systems teams, whatever they're called at your district, your local school site, again, may vary. But that team, that collaborative team that you're looking at systems and processes, I definitely want to give kudos to the geographic leads who are working in the system of support, and specifically Orange County. There's a lot of resources on the SWIFT website, and they're collaborating with many districts as they talk about differentiated assistance, root cause analysis, and just systems proactively if they're not in that realm and they're just doing a lot of good work. So across the state, there's a lot of resources specifically that speaks to MTSS and MTSS systems to help you identify your root cause, because maybe you are at this point talking about how do we effectively serve English learners? What are our tools and resources in working with our students with disabilities? And you may find that both subgroups. So again, as you come to the table together, your EL friends, gen ed friends, and your students with disabilities advocates, if you will, because that's what we are, special educators. We're advocating for the needs of our students. I think I fall somewhere in between these days. So again, as we work together with our collaborative partners, so it may be even outside your district where you're seeking the support of your county office or your geographic lead in this work, to have collective conversations about what are our tiers of intervention. What are our supports prior to that referral for special education? And these are some of the questions that I hear many asking, and that you'll ask yourselves in just a minute, because I'm going to give you some time to review some of this information. because these become harder conversations. So I think I might have mentioned this a little bit earlier, that you may leave today with more questions than you actually had answers for. Because some of the work that you see or that we're going to talk about today is for you to take back to your teams, to take back to your school sites. Because every district, every school site may have a different entry point to this practitioner's guide. Maybe your focus is what are our pre-referral strategies and interventions. And you may be focused on students with disabilities specifically. What do our IEPs look like? Are we writing them for ed benefits? So again, your entry point to this particular guide might be a little bit different. So if this is an area of focus for you for MTSS, these are some very important questions that you'll want to ask around the table of what do our tier 1 interventions look like for all kids? What is the basic floor of support that we support all students with and without disabilities? Because again, students with disabilities are gen ed students first. They are gen ed students, and they receive all the level 1 supports, all the level 2 supports, all the level 3 supports, and then special education on the very tip top, maybe like the star of that. So tier 3 is not necessarily special education, so I'm going to myth bust right there. But as we look at what are our tier 3 supports for our students who have those most intense needs, maybe it is that student that when we looked at that graph is also an English learner, also low SES, and also a student with disabilities. So again, as we look at our tiers of support, it's important to ask these questions and to be reflective about these questions, to be introspective about these particular questions. So this particular chapter, and then chapter 3 discusses pre-referral and more links. So I'll get to that particular section. But here, thinking about the MTSS framework and where you are as a district in that MTSS, are you a district or a school site who heavily talks about what are our interventions of support? Do we know exactly what tools and resources are our interventions of support? So again, this might be a section that you take back to your district and you work around and have those conversations. So that takes us about section 1. So before we stop there, I want you to do a quick table talk. Have we had this conversation, and is this a section that we're particularly going to take back to our district? So I want you to do just a quick 5-minute, kind of scale yourselves in groups. Where are we in our clarity as far as tiers of support? Might I take this conversation in this chapter back to my district? I'll give you a quick 5 minutes. Okay. I'm going to mute. So I think what I'm hearing from some of the conversations is both hurdles and barriers sometimes, right, that make it be a little difficult. And we're barely scratching the surface about it. Asking the questions, do we have very good questions of do we have a very delineated tier 2? Do we maybe need to look at those tiers a little bit more clearly? Both as our general ed, our EL specialists, maybe even our special education staff, how do we pull our resources together? Because that also comes into resources. What are our resources? Time, talent, and treasure. All of those are resources that directly affect us. And we're only scratching the surface. So we're going to come right back to this topic in just a little bit. Because right now I'm going to give you some time to just stand up real quick for our local. And again, for our friends at Zoom, feel free to use your chat box to enter. Again, what we want to see today is for this section, we're going to do this throughout the day because what your questions are from the field absolutely help us in our work and expand. And the same for our participants via Zoom. Your questions and your comments help us to learn, to hone our craft, and to help you because many of you are going back to your school sites and helping others with their learning and coaching, and some of you may be teachers. So one thing I may have forgotten to state outright was that in every chapter you'll see that there will be questions from the administrative perspective, and then you're also going to see questions from the teacher perspective, which is very helpful, I think, for myself as an administrator to reflect on what might the questions of the teachers be. But then in addition, we have policy, procedural, fiscal resources that as administrators we're also considering as we look at the needs of our students. So for our live and local friends, what I'd like you to just take a sticky with something that was a new learning thus far. So new learning thus far. And then the second one will be one wondering. So you might have one wondering that's still kind of lingering or looming, because what I'd hope to do is be able to answer all those wonderings by the end of the day today. During lunch, I will review all of the questions that you provide. But it helps again to gauge, and hopefully we'll have answered those through the course of the day as we go through the guide. So one new learning and one wondering that you have. Over here we have section 1, identification of English learners, MTSS and pre-referral, chapter 1 and chapter 2. So again, you can kind of organize it as you like, or just go ahead and put your one learning and your one wondering. The same for our Zoom participants, if you want to just type in your one wondering or your new learning, whichever you prefer. I'd like to see both if we could. And then once you do that, we'll go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll circle back to some deeper conversations. So thank you. Yes, so don't be shy. One new learning and one wondering, and then we will take a quick 10-minute break because we barely started to surface. Make sure that I'm off. All right, let's circle back and get started. Do know that in your boxes you have many stickies, and highlighters are highly recommended because here on Forward we're definitely going to dig into the guide. You'll see pages referenced so that you can stick that page, know that maybe that's a topic of conversation that you're going to take back to your school site, maybe with your EL coordinator, maybe with your special ed director, maybe with the principal, but again, that's a conversation piece. So there will be time to stick and tab as we move forward. I did definitely appreciate all of the questions that were placed up on the board and those likewise that were in the Zoom link. So thank you for your questions because I think we're going to roll right into those responses that you need as we tackle section 2, as we talk about pre-referral, referral, assessment, and then move into the IEP process. The IEP process will be a big chunk of today's review. But let's talk about how did we get there? Is it an appropriate referral? Did we look at what the system is? So I'm going to come to this graphic here about the referral process. So your greater system or your bigger umbrella are your MTSS, the systems work. What does our system look like as a county office, as a district, as a school? What are all the things that we do and how we all function together to support students and staff, right? Because a lot of it is how do we, from the administrator lens, support our staff so that they have the tools and the resources they need to effectively assist students. So when we look at referrals, and we, again, some of you may call it your SST team, maybe you call it your RTI square team. Again, that lives within that bigger structure of MTSS. So whatever that team is, usually it's a couple of maybe same grade level teachers, your principal, your administrator at that site, whatever that grouping is that talks collectively about students who maybe have some challenges, who have some needs greater than what's being provided in that tier 1. So potentially these students are being referred to this group for conversation. I want to be very clear though that this group is not to say this is the group that then refers to special education. The construct of the group is to really talk about what are the interventions available? What are tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 interventions that are available? How as teachers collectively in that group or that team with the administrator, the EL coach, the teacher, are talking about the needs of the child collectively to say, how about these practices? What if we tried this in the classroom with this student? To really think about that, think outside the box. And it may be that you're using that placemat that I showed earlier, the accessibility tools for LPAC for an English learner in that pre-referral process to have deeper conversations of what were the universal supports and designated supports. Because as that SST team, and I'm just going to refer to SST teams because that's a common term that we use in our schools, that those SST teams might be talking about the universal supports and the designated supports. Maybe we have not yet utilized those supports and we should look there first. So again, those resources and accessibility tools can help frame some of those conversations as well prior to referral. So right now we're barely here at referral made by staff or guardian because anyone can refer. The teacher, teacher's assistant, a paraprofessional, an assistant principal, the counselor, their school psychologist may have seen a student on the playground and had some concerns, talked to the teacher, there was a concern. Let's meet together as a team. For various reasons, we might bring together a team to have a conversation of how we might help a student meet his or her maybe even basic needs, then instructional needs, or what's hindering the child from meeting their needs. So we're at that pre-referral stage. But then we look at identified students' targeted needs. And for these terms here, the targeted needs are in actuality the needs that you see in the classroom. We're not yet talking about needs as associated with the disability, but what are the needs that you're seeing? So a teacher may come with a referral and say, I'm seeing a lot of need or concerns with just reading comprehension. Fluency seems to be going pretty well, but again, the retention or understanding, maybe the recall. So again, very specific and unique. We're trying to identify those in that layer of this process. And then we're going to talk a little bit here. So the pre-referral activities and interventions. So right before we left to break, we started to think about, and you were talking together about, well, what are our tiers of support? What might tier 2 be? Did we go from tier 1 to tier 3 really fast? Maybe, maybe not. So I'm going to have you talk a little bit about that, because we're going to come back to this cycle as we talk about referrals. So in your guide specifically, there is a table regarding language difference, versus disability. And those are very important conversations to have when we talk about students with disabilities and English learners. Because an English learner has a language difference, not a disability. But it may be that an English learner is then later assessed and found to have a disability. I wish it was an easy science where we could say that it's very easy to untangle, but it's not. It's that real tight braid, and they're together. How do we disaggregate when there is both the EL and the disability? This is an excellent tool. Some of you may have chimed in with us. We had a live broadcast as well and a training with Dr. Joyce Butterfield. She is an amazing expert in this field and contributed to this particular table that we'll be referencing in your groups and having a conversation about. I specifically want to highlight this because as we look at the different sections, so when we looked at that cycle, sometimes it's hard to identify what is the need. We may find that we come to a table and talk about a child's needs and having a hard time still disaggregating it. Is it a fluency issue? Is it an oral issue? Is it a comprehension issue? Is this a writing issue? Is it combined? And again, this chart helps you have that conversation. And it may be a tool and a resource that you use with your SST teams or in training of your teams that come together to talk about students and their needs. So what I'd like for you to do is in your small group is talk about, read the columns, language versus disability. That third column that you'll see there is where, yes, the overlaps may live. And where we may start asking more questions about potentially, is there a need for assessment? Might the child have a disability on top of their English learner needs? So you're going to take some time to discuss in your group. And then in the appendices, there's also a companion group chart that you can utilize in your SST teams. When you look at them together, it's also very helpful. Because what you'll find is sometimes you'll ask questions and you'll stop at a no and say, maybe we should go back and have that conversation. So if you can tab and stick your book, review the table on page 114 through 119, and then you're going to have an opportunity to discuss with each other. You may find yourself introspectively or reflectively saying, what did that look like? What did our referrals look like at our respective districts? Have we taken the time to truly consider those differences between language and potential need as having a disability? But for right now, we're focusing on what are the needs of the language, because it may look like a disability. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes to review the chart and have a conversation together. Moments. I don't know. Does anyone want to share? No, there's a mic somewhere. Okay, here we go. Did anybody want to share aloud a question or a comment, an aha moment? Everybody gets shy. Anyone? Sure. Here. Yes. Thank you, Dali. I appreciate you sharing.
So we were just talking about how it's beneficial to have the learning behavior and then the indicator of a possible language learning difference, and then an indicator of a possible learning disability to help distinguish and see some of the characteristics. Well, this is not encompassing of everything, but it's a guide that we didn't have before.
Absolutely. And I heard one of the groups also share that comment of, it gives us a resource, and we'll find that again as we walk through the practitioner's guide today, is that there are several resources in this document that are really tools for you to be able to take back to your district to help with the conversations. Because it shouldn't feel just, of course we're all, I could say I'm on a personal mission that all students with ELs have equity and access, right? But how do we have that conversation in teams when we're talking about what are our resources, what are our instructional practices, what does pedagogy look like in the classroom for ELs? But again, a document that you could sit together and have an active conversation of, this is what I see. It might be a learning and teaching tool that you can utilize with training your SST teams, RTI teams, whatever you call your teams, to have the conversations. If you are at a school where you're seeing potentially an influx of students who are English learners being referred for a special education assessment, you may think about, well, what have our past practices has been? Maybe this is an area where we need to focus and have active conversations prior to referral. What are interventions that we're utilizing? Did anyone also notice that there was a section that specifically talked about behavior in and of itself? Behavior. Sometimes we have students referred to special education assessment because there are some behaviors. Maybe it's acquisition of a new language that's causing some anxiety, some frustration. I think we can all make an agreement that behavior is communication. Students are communicating something to us, and we may see that frustration, the anxiety, maybe a little bit more introverted because, again, maybe a little bit of shame, maybe a little bit of embarrassment, not quite yet there ready to participate. So all of those factors come into play as we see our students who are English learners and strive to better understand what their needs are so that we can support them moving forward so that they have the access, the comfort, and the ability to participate in whatever their environment is, both socially and academically. So again, another resource tool for you to utilize as you have conversations with your team. So again, that one might be one that you definitely tag and say, I'm going to take this back to my groups. There we go. A caveat there. The SST team process, whether it's your college or ITRA Square, it is part of that bigger system. And that system really is designed to talk about what are the needs of the child, potentially what are the needs of the teacher. Many times we come together and we need to look at it from a standpoint of how can we help the teacher feel comfortable, get the knowledge and the support that he or she needs to effectively serve students who are English learners. And sometimes we miss that maybe as adults. We need to also support and help each other. So the more, again, that we become friends in our specialized areas, because there are many, many EL just experts in our field across the state. And we have other experts in special education, and we don't always get into the room together, especially this early in the SST process. And maybe it's time that we start collectively having those conversations of how we're working together in collaboration with each other to support all kids, right? So again, we're using a variety of data gathering tools, and you may use different tools at your specific school sites and your SST teams to gather that information. Another, as we looked at that table where it's specifically delineated math, spelling, vocabulary, writing, the more that you can disaggregate what the needs are of the student and specifically indicate where the needs are and where you're seeing the needs, you can therefore craft your interventions and or be able to say, we've looked at this specific need, we've exhausted these interventions, and our data is telling us that there's something more than the need to learn English and academic English. There's more to it. We need the assessment. And that also helps your assessors, because we're going to talk about assessors. So in the way far back, I was a school psychologist. So for all our school psychologists that are present, I don't know if we have any speech therapists, but maybe we do online as well. We rely on the information from your teams to help us craft and assess in all areas of suspected disability. So the more information that we have, the data that we have, we're able to then assess appropriately and comprehensively. Because this is the information that helps us. What was tried and utilized? As we go back and use the accessibility tools, so if you're familiar with Matrix 1, all of the CASP and SBAC accessibility tools, Matrix 4, all the LPAC accessibility tools, how are we looking at those tools even prior to referral? So all the universal supports and the designated supports. Because then those truly are designed to be used in the classroom in everyday instruction, not just on the test, right? So if we infuse them into our everyday work, that as well might help us craft how we have conversations about students prior to referral to special education assessment. And sometimes, again, we have to think that one over a little bit because it may become difficult. And I think a lot of times when we sit around the table, we may find that the teacher or the principal or the coach may say, oh, this student will just assess, we'll just assess. During that assessment period, though, we still need interventions to be happening. So those are those deeper conversations that, again, when we look at what are the questions that we ask ourselves? What does vocabulary look like? What are the actual scaffolds for those students? How are we front-loading information for students? What are the accessibility tools? And we'll talk a little bit more about accessibility tools today when we get into the IEP. But again, things that we want to talk about prior to the referral process. And then we've had some trials, right? That we've had some trial and errors. So what did that process look like? Did we give the child a full cycle of interventions with depth so that we can better understand where the child is, what their true baseline skills are, where their needs are? Because we all have relative strengths and weaknesses. We all have areas where we can grow. I know I can grow. But we look at it. Do we implement that intervention, whatever that was? Maybe it was a tier 2 intervention, a tier 3 intervention, with fidelity. Maybe the teacher needed some support and coaching to ensure that fidelity. And maybe then towards the end of the cycle, we decide that maybe there are some needs as related to disability, and we'll move forward with assessment. I have the little graphic here of the triangle there because I always want to remind myself, to remind our friends, that as we do this work prior to referral is that triangulation of the many resources that are out there. And there are so many resources out there and tools for you. The EL roadmap and the EL principles are vital. The ELD standards are phenomenal. And how we use that information to also inform your practice in the class and as an administrator, that we live out those EL principles and that we're able to shape instruction so that, again, we have evidence-based practices as part of those cycles of intervention prior to referral for special education. So again, those may be a tool. So you may decide in your conversations that maybe a first step for our district is to have deeper conversations regarding the ELD standards. Maybe we need to sit together. The EL principles and the EL roadmap, there's also a reflection tool, and I apologize I didn't include it. I'll put up the link maybe after lunch. But there's a very good reflection tool that teams can use in their systems work to reflect on each of the principles that are in the EL roadmap. And that might be a resource that you want to look at as we look at how do we serve our students with disabilities. What does equity and access, inclusion and support look when we serve students who are English learners? So we come back to the referral process. So let's say for the purpose at this point, we're going to start to transition, you'll see. If it is that it comes to be that we're going to refer a student for special education assessment and eligibility, we followed the process. So the team realized that after some cycles of intervention, we see that there is a targeted need. Potentially it's phonemic awareness, it's writing, it's math reasoning skills. Whatever the team then disaggregated and honed in as the area of need or concern for the disability, the pre-referral activities and interventions took place, and now the team referred for assessment. Please know that your SST teams only have 15 days at that point. We need to be speedy and swift because we have the 15 days to develop an assessment plan. It may be, and again, not saying that school psychologists, they have a lot on their plate and they look to the team for the advisement and the support. They may have additional questions for you as a result of that referral, because then an assessment plan needs to be crafted. And there is certain information that your assessors are going to need. Your school psychologist, your speech therapist, maybe your occupational therapist, maybe a vision specialist. Maybe there are other types of needs aside from being an English learner, right? So aside from that, we see other needs that the child might have. So we establish that referral, answer all those referral questions of why we're referring, what interventions have we tried, what has and has not worked prior to that referral. So once that referral is there, that assessment plan needs to be developed. So in those 15 days, that assessment plan is developed, and we'll look a little bit into the features of the assessment plan. But then that assessment, there's only 60 days turnaround. Once your assessors provide that assessment plan and the parent provides consent, that assessment will take place. They'll follow up with an IEP in 60 days. What if the parent says, I don't want my child assessed? Could happen. So again, why it is so important to know what are our interventions. Because we might say that the child needs an assessment, parent says maybe I'm not ready, and we're still thinking of, but how do we still help the child? How do we ensure that their needs are met? Go back to our designated supports, embedded and non-embedded? What are interventions? What are intervention tools at our sites? Because we need to continue. The same is true for the 60 days here, is that we need interventions. Likewise, though, we may have students with more significant disabilities or who we know, again, have more needs. So again, this cycle might go a little bit more rapidly. But again, that's why the importance and the expertise of the teams that are having the conversations to make those decisions, to determine, again, how do we help the child, what's in place, what does the child need? Because what we don't want to do is over-identify, but nevertheless, we don't want to under-identify either. And it becomes a delicate balance. So the more that we know and the more that we work together, both general ed and special ed, we'll be able to have those deeper conversations and make recommendations that are beneficial for the kids that we serve. Because special education eligibility, again, the rules start. From the time that that assessment plan is developed, we start to look at, again, what are the procedural safeguards and informing parents of their parental rights throughout the process to ensure that, again, the assessments that we complete follow through with the requirements. So when that assessment plan is developed, again, we're looking at all areas of suspected eligibility. So all areas of suspected disability must be assessed at that time to determine what we're assessing for. So again, these may be very common to you. Again, you might have already seen them, all the disability categories in California compared to the federal ones. We always like to do a little bit more in California. In California specifically, though, specific learning disability is on the rise. That disability criteria is definitely on the rise. So you'll see there, of all the students in California who are identified per ed code who have a disability, who have active IEPs, right now a little over 37% are students with a specific learning disability. So again, not to minimize the other disability categories, but for our purposes today, we're going to focus there at specific learning disability. Because what I hear from the field is that typically we see our English learners being referred to this disability category. So maybe there is a correlation, maybe there isn't. But always remembering that we make wise decisions as we refer students. So what is a specific learning disability? Sometimes I get that question. And specifically as we work together, special educators and EL specialists, EL coaches, our administrators, of having a good definition that we can all work around and understand what is a specific learning disability. Because that might also be part of the conversation and the training for our teams prior to referral of what it is and what it isn't. So we look at students, again, we look at maybe this is the area of suspected disability and we're assessing. So remember what I talked about earlier, the more that you can drill down to what is the area of need, the better. Because if we know that there's an existing concern potentially in written expression, applied problems or mathematical reasoning skills, then again, your assessment team potentially may say we need to dig deeper. We need more subtests in that area. We need to look at other and more assessment tools in those areas. Potentially, we're talking more about phonemic awareness, phonological processing. We need to then align our assessments accordingly. So again, the value of that SST team needs to be acknowledged. It's very important. It's not just, okay, here's the form, do the process, refer for assessment. Not that that happens here, but it may happen in a faraway distance in a district not to be named, right? But sometimes those cycles happen pretty quickly of referral down to assessment, right? Pretty quick in the process. But the more that we know of what we're looking for is deficits, areas of strengths and weaknesses. So we know that, yes, the discrepancy model is there, patterns of strengths and weaknesses model is there. So if you had an opportunity to chime in with us, I think it was last spring, we also did a live broadcast of the CLIM, the Culture Language Interpretive Matrix. So a big shout out to Samuel Ortiz, Dr. Ortiz, if you're out there watching, we love your work. Because again, as we look at strengths and patterns of needs of students, sometimes we need to dig deeper into our assessment tools and how we assess English learners so that we acknowledge their need in both languages and try to again disaggregate another layer of, is this a language need or is this a need truly resulting from a disability? Because what you'll see here is there's a two-prong approach. We can't have one without the other, and we need to have the other, which is number two, which is here the patterns of strengths and weaknesses between ability and achievement directly related to a processing disorder. So if you have a handy dandy highlighter, please highlight that section. Directly related to a processing disorder. And that's something that, again, needs to be an awareness builder. Because sometimes in a faraway land, maybe not even in our area, we hear that potentially the referral was made. We find potentially a discrepancy or some greater strengths and some greater weaknesses, but nevertheless, there may be other factors contributing to that. There's not a processing disorder. So again, we need to have that feature to truly say there's something, again, neurologically based, developmental based, that is hindering or pulling the child away from being able to have the success in this area. So the reasons why, right? The causality. The processing disorder is affecting this area. So again, having that distinction is very, very important, that we recognize that the processing disorder is there, because that also helps us with instructional practices and tools, because the more we know, and if there is a processing disorder, then that team, the IEP team, will have many more discussions about how to help and serve. But without that, we may have to come back to the table and think about what are our interventions for supporting the language development, the language acquisition portion. Again, we're looking at those features. So when we look at, again, basic processes, I've often had questions about dyslexia, and there's a lot of phenomenal resources on how to help students. Please know that dyslexia is a form of, a part of a specific learning disability. It's not its own disability category, because sometimes people say, I want my primary disability to read as dyslexia. It lives within a specific learning disability, because there are many questions. And CDE has a great guidance tool and a resource out there regarding serving students with dyslexia. So what is it not? Very important. Sometimes it's easier when we know what it's not. And when your referring teams know what it's not. And we'll see that I underlined it, but I'm going to ask you to circle it as well. Not related to limited English proficiency. So it's basically a rule out factor that we need to consider. And again, why of so much value, or why I value this table that we reviewed just a minute ago, when we're looking at what is the difference between language and then a potential disability. Because we want to be sure that we've rolled that out, that we didn't in a way have our own biases and then refer the child because they're still acquiring English, because they're still developing the academic language. And then we also have the other factors of environmental, culture aspects, the context around how we help the child. Maybe we still need some supports for the child. Maybe trauma-informed practices was where we should be working with a child prior to. Maybe. Every child is so different. So when we walk into those SST teams and have those pre-referral questions, things that we need to consider prior to jumping right into, it must be a special education need. Right? It must be a disability. Those things happen. We have to be in the realness and in the reality of things that happen. We can always hone our craft. We can always get better, right? We can always get better. We definitely are all learning and working in works in progress. So again, always knowing what it is not, and it is not due to a limited English proficiency need, okay? Because your assessors, on the other hand, need to abide by many, many rules as they start the assessment processes. So yay to my fellow friends, because I still say I'm a school psychologist, even though I haven't been one in a long time. School psychologist, speech therapist, occupational therapist, your whole assessment team is looking at what are the areas of suspected disability. So there may be layers and layers to this assessment, not just your school psychologist. Maybe it is your speech therapist only, maybe. Maybe they're also pulling in other assessors to be on this team to ensure that the comprehensive assessment is completed to address all the areas of need that was identified by your team. So when we look at specific areas of need, we're looking at all areas of students. Again, looking at, well, is this more of a lack of English issue? So we're looking at that as we assess, because that's something that we want to be sure that students are having access to ELD. What do those programs look like? And here I have it highlighted on the bottom. We can't delay it either. So the 60 days, so the signed consent, parent said, yes, I want my child assessed. we have 60 days. So we can't, kind of falter on that assessment and say, oh, well, maybe we should have tried this. Once the assessment plan is running, the ticking timeline is running, we want to have a comprehensive assessment completed timely in the required time. So we want to ensure that, again, the appropriateness of that assessment, that the student is fully able to participate in that assessment, that we have all the right assessors participating in this assessment to ensure that we, again, are determining eligibility, or potentially the child is not eligible based on these assessments. But we need all the information that we can get, right? Because the responsibility of the assessor is to assess. Now in this feature, knowing that our students are English learners, so this is specific, the child is an English learner is being referred for special education eligibility. As the assessors, we look at, again, primary language, so what is L1, what is L2, maybe there's even an L3 for this particular child, because we have some students who are English speakers, Spanish speakers, maybe they also sign. So again, as we look at how does that play into how the child develops language, vocabulary, utilizes it, we look at both the expressive skills and the receptive skills. Because again, we'll see with students who are second language learners, they're comprehending. So receptively, they might be moving along just well. It's the expressive where we're getting stuck. Students are getting stuck in that area. So we want to ensure that the assessment utilizes all the tools that are in support of the student and in their primary language. We have a responsibility to acknowledge that the child's primary language is a tool and a resource and an asset for them. And that we ensure that, again, this eligibility assessment is not biased and that it's not rooted in the fact that the child has not or doesn't have access to that English-only assessment. So we may find that we're assessing completely in the primary language. Maybe we're utilizing both tools in English and in their primary language. We're combining, we have bilingual assessments that we're utilizing. So again, there is a great deal of a thought process as we look to our English learners and how we assess. So again, thank you to all of our assessors participating online and here in the room, because it's not an easy task. There are layers to the assessment process. I'd be remiss to say, though, that there are many assessors out in the field that are potentially, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, let me go back. That again may not be native speakers of the L1 and again struggle with. Thankfully, I think locally in our area we have a lot of bilingual assessors, right? I think when I worked for a district at one time, I assessed more in Spanish, that was my whole day, than I actually used tools in English. Because it was just the makeup of the district that I worked for at that time, that all of my assessments, my IEPs were completely in Spanish because we were all fluent around the table. But again, that's a luxury in some areas, because I understand that there are some districts and some areas where you have languages, again, where we don't have bilingual assessors. And that becomes its own challenge in and of itself, where you have, again, multiple languages and, again, potentially multiple dialects within those languages, where, again, we're looking to what are our tools. So let's go back to the guide. In the particular guide, you'll see, and if I could get you to go to page 154, it talks about the first best option. So the ideal. Ideally, we would have bilingual assessors in every language and dialect that is available or that students come to us with. That they bring the gift of their language and that we would be able to communicate effectively with them in that primary language. That would be the first best option, that we're able to use assessment tools in their primary language, fully assess with a bilingual assessor who's fluent, again, fluent bilingual, and is able to give that assessment. We also know that that's not always the case. So I want you to go through those and have a quick table talk of when we don't have a bilingual assessor and the bilingual tools. What do we do in those respects? What do we do? So quick 5 minutes, review this and have a conversation, and we'll circle back. All right. I'm going to circle back real quick with you. Questions. Questions thus far. Anyone? Everyone's shy. So first best option. Question. Was there a question there? Oh, see, everybody gets shy now. There was some very good conversations I heard about assessors working with collaborative assessors, scheduling assessments so that they ensure that they have, if we have an English-only assessor, making a friend with a bilingual assessor, working together, again, as we look forward to completing the assessment. Tab this particular one if you're an assessor specifically, or if you are referring or you know of a good friend of yours that's an assessor, school psychologist, speech therapist, whomever that is. This appendix 4.3 is a good tool because as assessors, we need to build rapport and get a good handle on, is the child fully bilingual? Perhaps so. Yes. In the practitioner's guide, it's your appendix, all the way in the back of the guide. Yes. So the appendices in this guide are definitely tools and resources that we can utilize. Again, thank you to all the experts who contributed to this manual. Because as assessors, sometimes, again, building rapport and having that structured interview can be a little bit difficult. Maybe we need an interpreter for the structured interview with the child. And this is a good start to then determine again, because the child may say, my preference is English, but once they know that you also speak their L1, well, actually it's the L1 that I feel more comfortable with. And we find that sometimes with students because our students want to please us. Our students want to make us happy by nature. Our kids have good hearts, right? So when we need structured interviews and want to have more active conversations about their primary language, this might be a tool that we look to. So we truly identify how much of that language is developed in the L1, how much is developed. For us locally, we know that we live on a border town, and we have many students who maybe all of their academic practices, they've always attended U.S. schools, but they're very much bilingual in their homes. Very much bilingual. They may be coming to school and using a higher order skill, which is code switching, right? They'll go back and forth, English, Spanish. I know I do it. If we're having a conversation in a social context, I'll be Spanglished all over the place. And that sometimes happens for our students, and sometimes they get stuck. So again, as we're looking and having those conversations, those behaviors in communication are important to acknowledge as well, because maybe we can use some of that as a resource in the classroom to help build and bridge skill and knowledge. So again, another tool for you to utilize as we walk into the assessment processes. And I have to say, prepare, prepare, prepare. If you are using interpreters, translators, ensuring that they are being fully prepared to assist you in that process. Because the technical language that you utilize in your assessment tools and your kits, the requirements, how that assessment tool or kit was normed, norm referenced, again, is important, right? That we follow to a T those assessment tools because they are diagnostic tools. So ensuring that if we are using someone to assist you with assessing, that they have full knowledge. And I have a little gold heart there, and I use a lot of these Getty images because a good translator, a very good interpreter is worth their weight in gold. Help them, support them, train them, whatever that language is that you need them for, because again, we want to have true data. True information about the students that we're serving. So again, if we're having to look for interpreters, where might we go to look for an interpreter if we don't have that L1? Maybe it's a church. Maybe it's a community gathering. Maybe it's people in their social network. Again, we have to look craftfully sometimes, and that happens too when we're looking for certain languages that may not be very common for the area that you live in, nearby districts, maybe calling your county office. Maybe they have hired and utilized interpreters, translators that might be of a resource to you as well. Again, knowing that you have a short timeline. 60 days may sound like a lot, but it's not. It goes by really fast when you're assessing. Yes? Oh, I'm going to come with the question. Question or comment? There you go. Yes.
What happens if you're in the middle of it and you're thinking that the district got you a good interpreter, but then in the end you find it that you speak better than the actual interpreter? What do you do?
Yes. That can get tricky because the question, and it's happened to me, I have to admit that one. That again, we seek out interpreters because we want to ensure validity. We want to ensure student has ample access to that assessment tool. But if we come to find, it may be that we stop and pause and regroup and determine. And it may be that you determine that just based on my ear, because it may not be my L1, but maybe it's a different language, and I realize, the student looks more confused by that translation than supported. We may need to then ask for another interpreter, or we may need to sit down and go back and talk about the norms of the assessment process, because sometimes things get lost in intonation. Maybe they're summarizing or paraphrasing as opposed to rote, as we need a direct translation. So that sometimes might be a feature that we have conversations with interpreters about, is that we need direct translation from the onset. We directly translate all of the instructions that we're using in each of the assessment tools. So it really goes back to this prepare, prepare, prepare. In a perfect world, right, we would prepare and interview or assess our interpreters, translators prior to referrals. Sometimes we find ourselves in a bind, though, where we're assessing a child of a certain L1 and we need an interpreter quick and fast. And those things happen, the realities of those happen, but we come back to the prepare, prepare, because we want to ensure that what's truly being said is being translated. They may need some time to look over the manual, to read the questions, to find the right terms and terminology in order to translate effectively if that's an assessment tool that's not already normed or already in that L1. And debriefing is important. So briefing or preparing in the beginning, and then the debrief portion is very important as well, because we want information about maybe those sidebar comments that the child said, or different terms that the child may have utilized. Again, those are helpful tools to inform us of how the student participated, their reflections, what they need. Again, gives us insight to how the student is utilizing language and learning. So again, thank you to our interpreters. They are their weight in gold, just like great school psychologists, our speech therapists. I think we're all in a shortage, at least we are, worth their weight in gold. Because again, effective assessment is needed and necessary to ensure, again, that we don't over-identify and we don't under-identify. At this point, though, when we looked at reflectively, I come back to the prior written notice and the assessment plan, because based on that pre-referral, so we started this chapter, this section of the practitioner's guide, with talking about pre-referral and referral. That pre-referral and referral assisted us with developing our prior written notice, how we inform parents that their child will be assessed and why is important. They need to have that understanding of their procedural safeguards, that they will be assessed fully and completely, non-biased and non-discriminatory, that we will take into account the cultural and linguistic needs, that they have a set of procedural safeguards, and that we've collectively looked at what are the assessment tools that we're going to utilize. We took into account that the child does have a second language, that they are learning and developing their language, and for that reason, we used all of this information to build our assessment plan. Because parents, again, need to have the information that is afforded to them of how we're going to assess. What are the tools that we're using to assess? That we've selected the tools and measures that are appropriate for their child uniquely. And again, we may have a battery of assessments that we lean towards, but again, based on the referral and the area of suspected disability, we refine our assessment plan, that it's clearly indicative of what we need to assess for ensuring that we do assess for all areas of suspected disability. And that comes here, oops, that we explain the type of assessment to be conducted. And again, we can't conduct this assessment without the consent of the parent. So the parent needs to be fully informed in their primary language of why we're assessing. So the translation of the tools and the materials that we're using, so in this case, the prior written notice, the assessment plan, and that parent's primary language translated for them so that they fully understand the whys of why their child is being assessed and how they're being assessed. With this, though, that there is an Appendix 4.1. So if you yourself are an assessor or you're good friends with an assessor, you might want to point them to Appendix 4.1, and there is a list. It's not an exhaustive list of all of the tools and resources that are out there when assessing students who are English learners, but do know it gives a lot of tools that you may utilize, whether you're a speech therapist or a school psychologist, assessment tools that are out there bilingual or in another language. Again, it's not an exhaustive list, and I appreciate the questions. I've had some questions that have come in from a prior training of, can you please give me a list of assessment tools in Mandarin, was one of the questions. So again, when we hear those types of questions, again, we may not have them ourselves, but we can work on them and send out some news blasts out of new resources that we find. So your questions are important. No question is too small or too big. We really are trying to see what the needs are out in the field. So do know that this list is out there. If you work in a team, maybe you're part of CASP, a local team of school psychologists, coming around and talking about this appendix is very helpful as well to look at all the tools. From the administrator lens, it may be that your school psychologist or your speech therapist need additional tools and kits. So again, resources might come into play because we want to ensure that they too have the resources and the tools that they need to conduct effective assessments. So again, if you are talking with your assessors, you may determine that maybe we need to have at least one assessment or particular tool on hand should we need to assess students of this particular primary language L1. So again, that's another tab that you can do as far as an inventory or a list. So let's take a deep breath because I know we cover a lot of content really fast as we go through each section. So again, this is where I want to take a quick pause of a new learning and a wondering. So definitely a new learning and a wondering. And I do read all your questions, and when I come back from lunch, I will circle back with all the questions that I am able to answer. So this one, let's be a little bit quick. Let's maybe no more than 5 minutes of a quick new learning and a wondering. Okay. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to go ahead and circle back. Thank you for all of your questions. I truly appreciate that. I do hope to be able to get us at a quick breaking point at about 11:30. If we go over a little bit, we might. It just depends how many questions come through. There were some questions about interpreter regarding assessment and then during the IEP or interpreting the results. So when we talk about interpreters, I'm going to go back just a couple when we talk about bilingual assessments. For this intents and purposes in this chapter, we're talking about the interpreters, the translators who are helping you with the actual diagnostic tools. So they are actually translating the assessment tool. So maybe it's a tool that exists in Spanish, but you're not a fluent speaker, and they're reading the tool for you. They would give you the data, but nevertheless, it is the school psychologist who is responsible for the interpretation. If it's your speech therapist, the speech therapist is responsible for the interpretation of that data. That translator interpreter is there just to translate, direct translate the responses, as well as on your behalf ask the right questions in accordance with the manual. So that's one piece. The actual report writing interpretation, again, still falls on the assessor, the expert in their field, to do those interpretations. Likewise, you might be calling that interpreter back into the IEP when you host the IEP. So it may be that that interpreter then rejoins you at the culmination of the assessment when you're determining eligibility and sitting in on your actual IEP team. So again, this part references the actual use of that interpreter during your assessment process. So again, all of chapter 2, so if you wanted to, because I know our Zoom participants might have some more questions, page 150 specifically starts a conversation on linguistically and culturally appropriate assessments and being responsive to linguistic and cultural needs. So that would be a particular chapter that you'd want to go through and have those conversations. Specifically and predominantly if you are in an area where, again, you have multiple languages and different dialects within languages, and having that consistent conversation of should we get to the point of assessing a student. So again, worth their weight in gold. When we rewind a little bit, we talked about pre-referral practices. It'll be very important as well that your SST team is having those conversations. Again, of how are we supporting the child in the L1 early on prior to assessment, because we may have found an interpreter through that process to help us through the assessment. So I saw that there were lots of ahas and wonderings that came to the chart, and again, I will scoop up all the questions and try to answer each one if we don't through the progression of today's training, but when we come back from lunch. So again, thank you for all your questions, and thank you to our Zoom participants for their questions as well. Because now we're going to move into section 3. So again, we're taking a journey through the practitioner's guide today, probably leaving with more reflective questions at certain points than you came in with, but wanting to guide you to the resources and tools that might help you have those deeper conversations when you go out to your respective school sites, your districts, maybe your county offices, and having these conversations. So section 3 is really going to point us in a direction of talking about now if the student was assessed and is now found eligible. So our conversations are going to lead us down that path. Is that if we find that a student is an English learner, we reviewed that table. We discussed language difference versus disability, and we found that the child does have both a language difference and a disability. How do we then craft instruction? And specifically the IEP, because the IEP is really what grounds all of us. Our practices, our recommendations, services, eligibility will all live in that IEP. So for the next portion moving forward, we're actually going to walk through that lens of as we have those collective conversations through the IEP process to ensure that we serve students who are English learners with disabilities effectively. So that takes us right into chapter 5 when we start to look at the actual IEP. So let's dig in. So developing the IEP to be linguistically appropriate, as we call it. So when we look at it from broad stroke for English learners with disabilities, our 5 main principles we see there, but we always say 6 because we cannot forget parent and student participation. This is the part that we are definitely crafting and drafting. But parent participation is very important to our process. So we come back to that interpreter question. We need to bring our interpreter back into the process so that we ensure that the parents are fully informed and they understand what that process of assessment was, how we determined eligibility or potentially not, how we use those tools. Because our goal in all of this is to ensure access and educational benefit for our students. Access and educational benefit, access and equity. That's what's fair, right? For our students, our English learners, and in particular our students with disabilities. So as we look at IDEA and the principles of IDEA, both our state and federal regs are the overarching. So when we look at it from now, the assessment was completed. Was there an appropriate referral? We talked about pre-referral strategies, and we walked into an assessment. We completed that comprehensive assessment, assessed in all areas of suspected disability. Now 60 days is running. So on or before that 60th day, we need to be at a table together. So hopefully at least 10 days, maybe 15 days before then, we got out a meeting notice. So parents received a meeting notice. They're fully informed that we want to have a meeting at a mutually convenient time for all of us. That we have an interpreter if the parent so chooses that they need one. We want them to be fully informed of the information. What you'll see on some of the next slides as we go through the IEP is that I have some ed benefit reminders or checklists. Thank you to our state SELPA group because we have a very nice IEP manual that we work from. So some of these questions might be a little bit familiar to you. And again, you can go through them and determine, was my IEP developed? So definitely as we move forward from this point, if you do have your laptop, if you are a special educator, especially our Zoom participants, if you want to look at your own IEP or an IEP as we go through, we will walk through the entire IEP from the standpoint of students with disabilities who are English learners. So as we talk around the table for students with disabilities and we gather to have that IEP, very important we'll see here is that I've added, again, if we need our assessors, that initial and the triennial, maybe we need a specialist. Up here on the prong, I have an EL coach, and you may call them an EL specialist, maybe it's an EL coach, maybe it's somebody on your LAT team, again, whatever that title is of that person, but that's that expert at your site or at your district who knows about instruction, pedagogy, expertise in English language development, that they can have those conversations with you craftfully as you also intertwine how we address the disability need and how we address the needs of the English learner. And again, you might be a small district where it's one person with many, many hats. It may happen in that sense as well. But we need that level of expertise again to help us make that conversation of eligibility. Because if this is our initial or our triennial IEP, so the initial at the very beginning or 3 years thereafter, we have to have that conversation. It will bring us back to, is this a language need or is this a disability need? Later on today, we're going to talk about exits from special education because that's its own chapter. But we have those active conversations to ensure that, again, no biases, instructional practices and pedagogy matches ELD. What does ELD designated and integrated look like for this particular child? So again, those are features that we will talk about as a team determining eligibility because the assessors in and of themselves don't determine eligibility for special education. They can tell you that all the features of the symptoms or the prongs are there to say that this child may qualify under Ed Code in one of those disability categories. Of all those 13 that I showed you, they may qualify. We specifically looked at specific learning disability because we know there's a prevalence there. But nevertheless, the team has that conversation about what is the criterion, what is the Ed Code, and where does all the data lead us towards. So again, that's that conversation that we're having from the inception in that initial IEP. As I mentioned again, our parents or guardians of our students have an active role. We cannot make these conversations or these decisions without them. They are an integral piece of the puzzle that we see there. So informed practice is important, that they can make the most informed decisions as well for their child, as their child's best advocate. So are they receiving information on the procedural safeguards? Again, we have them in many different languages on our website. We have several languages listed there, and when we don't have one, we contact other SELPAs or other counties for translations. and then that use of an interpreter again. So it may be that you're in an IEP where everyone is fluent in the L1 of the child and the family, and we have an active conversation together. Maybe we need to translate for someone else. Maybe we need to call in a translator. It's very hard to be the facilitator and the translator. Just know that, because I know I've done it before. And it becomes very hard because you're interpreting information as the assessor, and then you're also documenting the meeting, and you're facilitating the participants. That can become very difficult. Those dual roles are very hard. So always take that into consideration as well when you're, especially your initials and your triennials. Do I have someone that can be the interpreter? Or maybe we're taking turns as an interpreter, but ensuring that it's correct. Direct translation, please. Paraphrasing, things can get lost in translation a lot. Okay. So again, active members and meaningful participation. That's where we're heading towards, is meaningful participation. Then anyone can answer and ask a question at any time. Prior to that, though, we may, well, I would like to see that we all, but we may want to get additional information. So maybe we've had enough information that the teacher gave us, but we want to construct a structured interview with the parent. Sometimes, we just meet with parents and we have active conversation, and it goes very, very nicely. But having structured tools and resources is also helpful. So in Appendix 4, there's another interview or questionnaire. It's not really written as a questionnaire, but you can use it as to help you craft your questions. What questions would I like to ask the parent? Because again, it may be that I'm using an interpreter to get information with the parent. So again, another tool to help me sit down with the interpreter so that we know that this is the information, this is the kinds of questions that I want you to ask. And then I might add some additional questions. But again, another tool and resource to bridge that gap when, again, we need someone to support us in the translation. So again, another appendix that you may decide that you want to tab. So the assessment and the data. That's really what we're sitting around at that IEP meeting. So that initial IEP, we want to review every portion of assessment that was completed. What is the data? What was the pre-referral data so that we can shape our IEP if the student is found eligible? The big heart or root of our IEP lives in the present levels of performance page. So now I'm speaking uniquely to our special educators. So you're probably like, oh yes, I know this part. But I know that we also have general ed friends here. So thank you. Thank you, general ed friends, local and via Zoom, who are participating, where again, please ask questions. Please stop me if you have questions regarding the facets of the IEP. So your present levels of performance page may look like this, 4 pages long. Might be 2 pages long. There's a lot of information, but it's there with reason. In special education, again, we have state and federal regulations that we're abiding by. We have many indicators that we are held accountable to. So for our administrators who recently were discovering through CalPADS that special ed has many indicators that we're evaluated on, they all tie into the IEP. So as your teachers and your teams are writing the IEPs, these are met to the all the data is pulled from these information systems into your CalPADS reports. So if you're wondering, like, where did that information come from? So today I have to say I'm not a contractor of SACE, or do I say that everyone has to have SACE, the Special Education Information System, but do know that that is the tool that we use. I know statewide there are other districts and counties, SELPAs, that use CIRRUS. So again, whether you're using either SACE or CIRRUS, we're here more to talk about the content that goes in. Because each of these information systems, what they do is they gather the data, right? They just extract data. We are responsible, the practitioners, for the content that goes into our IEPs. So we may see that there are errors and error corrections in just the rough data, but it's not reading for all the content of what the child needs, the individual child. So again, we'll talk a little bit about each page of the IEP as we move forward. So the present levels of performance page is typically our longest page, because this really is our baseline. Where are we starting from? What do we know about the child that we're about to serve? So the pages that I have here are samples. I have a fictitious student. Her name is Jenny Test, completely fictitious student, that I have in the system that I use for training purposes only. So today, again, if I show you any samples, it is because it is from a mock student that I utilize. So to highlight some resources, because you may need more information, whether this is an initial or an annual, you may need more information to help you gather observational data in both the ELD setting, potentially, again, in the ELD setting, in the integrated ELD setting, maybe on the playground, and in different areas. So again, we're gathering information. These are checklists that you may want to tab as well as we look at gathering instruction. So how is the student communicating and participating in ELD? How is the student participating and communicating in an integrated, in any content area? And specifically the areas where maybe the most concerns were rooted in. Because again, as assessors, we assess and observe in multiple areas and multiple settings. So again, these are good tools for us to utilize, but these particular tools are good for both the assessors and your teacher and your team. You could potentially even use these assessment tools prior to referral. So again, when we're trying to have active conversations about, well, what did behavior look like? What did patterns of learning and understanding look like in that classroom environment? So again, different ways that you could utilize these tools to inform practice. But our present levels of performance page specifically includes all of the baseline data that we need for our students with disabilities. So taking a lot of time and care, and I know time is a resource, and teachers say there's so many pages and so many boxes and so many fields. But an IEP done well, again, is in support of the students that we serve. So that we ensure that, again, our students are fully supported and that we have, again, another tool and a resource to help us sit across the table and inform our practice, both special educators and general educators. Because our general education teachers need to know the information as well. How can they support and assist the child who has a disability in the general education setting, right? Least restrictive environment is something we're focused on, LRE. So least restrictive environment is very, very much important. But we need to know, where is the child now? What can the child do? Not necessarily what they can't do, what can they do? Where do their strengths lie? Because then we can also reflectively talk about what are those deficits or weaknesses that we can build upon. So I have some ed benefit reminders here on the side. Although when we get to pages that specifically are addressing English learners, you'll see that we're going to pop out and talk about those sections. Because the present levels of performance page has all the information, from health information to student interests, preferences, baseline data, both functional skills, academic, pre-academic skills, communication skills. Every area, again, that we need to address, but specifically for English learners. So the ed benefit reminders are for all students with disabilities, but for English learners specifically, this section lives in this particular page, at least for your SACE users. It lives in this page. So we come back to the LPAC, because the LPAC, again, is informing our practice for ELs with disabilities. Giving us that bit of information, it's a very useful data tool that we can learn and glean upon. So the student score report is definitely a quick resource to give us an idea of where the child is in developing their English language or their academic English language proficiency. So in that section of the IEP, we have that the child took LPAC. So this might be an initial LPAC. This might be the results of a summative LPAC assessment. So this particular score report is public knowledge. So if you're using this for training purposes, this one can be found on the CD or the LPAC website that you can use for training purposes. Because again, you see the domains, the listening, the speaking, the reading, and the writing, and I've just transferred it into my fictitious student, Jenny Test. So this is just an excerpt of the present levels of performance page, just to zoom in so you're not hurting your eyes. So I just transferred that information onto the present levels of performance. And I can do that, right? I can just transfer the numbers and put the information. But the more that I understand those domains in English language, I have a better understanding of how, in this case, I'm saying Jenny, that's her name, how Jenny actually utilizes language, how she's developing academic language. So again, I know that listening is well developed, writing, speaking, and reading are in that somewhat moderately in that emergent range. She may have also, so in this case, she took the LPAC. We have students, though, that potentially they cannot access the LPAC because they have a significant cognitive disability. So if the child has a significant cognitive disability, in your local area or in your EL master plan, you may have named what that alternate assessment for English language proficiency is. I will go much more in depth into that tomorrow. So if you're joining tomorrow's session, we will talk all things about alternate assessments. That's tomorrow. So for today, we will stick and focus on LPAC and again, those domains. So again, we're transferring that information into the IEP on what those look like. So how did my student Jenny score on the LPAC? And again, how I use that information to inform practice. So in your packet, you have the copy of a score report and how to read the score report. I particularly like it because it's written to be utilized as a resource for parents and conversation, but it's also a very nice tool as you're in groups. Sometimes we need quick cheat sheets to frame our conversations in IEP meetings. And again, another resource and tool that you would have used pre-referral when you were having conversations about the student's development in English language or academic language. So in the IEP, I specifically took this information. So from the last slide, you saw that Jenny was somewhat moderate. Her listening was a little more developed. So these gauges, again, give me a little bit information. So if I look at level 3, so she was overall level 3. Students at this level have moderately developed English and what that means, so that we can come together as an IEP team and talk about what that looks like and what then our expectations are and what accessibility tools we may need for Jenny to continue to help and support her through her learning and her development in language. Because as we know, again, the L1, the development in their language, is going to affect her academic progress as well. So we need to be cognizant of this information as later we move into writing goals for her. So we know just based on her English language development, so aside from her needs related to her disability, we see that again, she has these needs for some support, maybe some sentence frames, maybe some reality, some facilitated conversations to help her, again, moderate and communicate with her peers. When we look at the LPAC levels and how they combine to the ELD standards is important because now we're infusing as well, remember that triangulation of the ELD standards. So we know that our Jenny, for this training purposes, is here, kind of in this middle here. She's expanding here and developing. And what does that look like in her IEP? So again, just a sample of a totally fictitious student, but I have communication development. And I'll just read it to you because I know it's hard to read and I won't read it all. But here in this middle section, I have that Jenny's English is somewhat developed as per her LPAC, as observed in the classroom and as observed in the classroom. Jenny can use English to learn and communicate in meaningful ways in a range of topics and content areas. She needs some primary language support to engage in familiar social and academic contexts. She requires substantial to moderate support to communicate in less familiar tasks and topics. This test performance level corresponds to the upper range of the expanding proficiency level through the mid-range of and proficiency level described in the ELD standards. So I definitely would want to go back. But socially, I also want to highlight that Jenny's a really cool kid. And I had a conversation with her, and in social contexts, she often will utilize Spanglish when speaking with her peers, and she responds well to redirection because I'm trying to build her vocabulary. So we might say, well, tell me again in English, or let's look for the word. And again, having her learn of where can I look for the word that she needs. Yes. Oh, sorry. We gave you the. Okay, I'm gonna bring the mic. Yes.
Many times they say to write the IEP so that the parents can understand. And so I understand the little sections on the bottom, but that midsection about the LPAC, when I read that and I think about the parents that I'm writing to, I don't think that they would understand a lot of that. So how should we write that?
So that's why I really like the score report. So the more that we utilize the score report, because it is written to be parent-friendly, it is an LPAC resource. There's also another tool when you go online to use it as a conversational piece for parent. And I think that's why I like the gauges so much. Because I can have a conversation with the parents of saying, she's really getting there. She's right in the middle, and we need to help her expand her English language to communicate. So again, I might talk a little bit more about what expanding means. So it might tell me that, again, when we're out in the playground or she's out in a social situation, she's doing just fine. But when we're actually looking at the context of learning in the classroom, she may benefit from that glossary. She may benefit from more support. And having those conversations together is important because a parent may not fully understand again that expanding in this sense is a good thing. We might have been here for a while. We might not have seen fully the growth that we like because some of our students do get stuck here. This might be also a good opportunity to give the parents some recommendations of how they may be able to help the child expand and support us. That this is the key vocabulary we're working on for this week, and we want to get her to this next level. So I'm sending a copy home for you and a copy with the child, and these are the terms we're working on. So we're front loading not only at school, but in the home as well. But I agree, the IEPs can get very technical in the language.
So the wording should be okay like that and just give them a copy of something like that?
It could be a companion. Again, because I can say, yes, I would love to see teachers write a whole lot more, and that might be in other features of the IEP as well, because we also have the special factors page where we talk more about the accessibility tools. So we're going to get to that section as well. But again, the more that we're pulling in resources for parents is important. The same is true if we have teachers who, again, are not as familiar with the ELD standards. We may need to support our general ed teachers also with more explanation of what these baseline skills are and what they need, definitely. So in your folder, you have a score report, and it's in your electronic folder also if you're participating via Zoom. And it's this one, and it is written for parents, and it is translated on the LPAC website. So again, this would be that companion, let's say, that you could utilize during the IEP process to talk about, and it's titled Understanding Your Student Score Report, to help you bridge that conversation and what that looks like. And the gauges are on the second page. I like quick references. So if you want to like laminate it, have it with you at your SST, at your IEP, so that you have these active conversations of what do these scales really mean, especially for us as professionals when we were really comfortable with CELT levels. Some of us are still transitioning to fully understanding how the LPAC reads in comparison to that, what was our frame of reference from before. So again, another tool that you could utilize at the table as you're having active conversations about English learners, and in this case, English learners with disabilities. Okay, thank you. So again, in this section, I would be, nevertheless, this section is, so for our speech therapists, I don't want to minimize you at all. You're very, very important participants. Sometimes we see the information from a speech therapist. So the speech therapist has here, maybe we're also working on some articulation needs in the primary language, some receptive or expressive needs in the primary language that exist there through those assessments. So again, we will have information there specifically related to expressive and receptive skills that maybe your speech therapist is adding to the IEP. But communication, again, takes multiple layers in this respect because we're talking about students who also have a primary language need that may affect their communication in general. So I want to stop here a little bit and watch a video that I particularly like. Thank you very much to Gabe, who has this on their website, Sabato as well, for the creators of this video, because we use it as a teaching tool, and that's why we share it again, so that we can see from another perspective our students being served, and English learners in particular. So I'm going to play this video really quickly.
You guys, we have testing all week this week and next week. The tests are going to be hard, but that's all right because we're going to try really hard. Isn't that right, Cameron?
Yes, Ms. Peters.
Okay, great. Everyone listen up. So we're going to work all week ours from the answer and the information in the story, okay? We're going to go ahead and test, factual test, and try this active test. Test your ups. We're going to page, you go to page. First on page 3.
¿Qué dijo? ¿A poco va a empezar el examen? No, es una práctica.
We're going to take notes from the story and we're going to turn it into a math problem and we're going to walk through it together, okay? So the boy ran 3 blocks. So everyone write 3 blocks. How long did it take him to run 3 blocks? Michelle?
6 minutes.
Very good, 6 minutes. right, so then we're gonna take 3 blocks and 6 minutes,
¿Por qué el niño
right?
corre con los bloques? ¿Qué? Sí, ¿por qué el niño corre con los bloques? No,
Okay, so the
corre tres
question's then
calles.
gonna go on to ask us, how long will it take him to run 20 blocks? What do we do? How many minutes is that per block?
8 minutes.
Try and remember to raise your hand if you want to answer, okay? No, it's not 8 minutes. Michelle.
18 minutes?
Nope, not 18 minutes. Yes, Enrique?
40?
40, yeah, very good. How'd you get 40?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, 40 is the right answer. How did you get it?
I forgot.
You forgot. Okay. Does anyone know how we get 40? Yes, Moises. Yep, that's right. Very good. Great. Can you tell us how you got that?
40?
Yep, very good. But can you explain to the class what you did here, how you got that?
40?
Okay, all right, you guys, settle down.
That is so dumb.
Joe, do you want to lose your recess?
No.
Okay, then. Thank you, Moises.
Can you help me, please?
Can you take a walk with me? I don't want you to worry about the test, okay, Moises?
Sí, estoy preocupada sobre el examen. La directora Rosa dijo que todavía tenemos que hacer.
Just try your best, okay? Do you understand? Not importante.
Sí, sí es importante.
You're right, Moises. It is important.
Yes? Okay. So if you've participated in others of our trainings, we use this video frequently. Here in this aspect of, as we talk about English learners and English learners with disabilities specifically, we can look at this video and reflect a lot about the positives that we see and the concerns that we see. So first, I'd like you and your group to talk about what are some of the positives that you saw as we're talking about learning and students who are English learners, some of the positives that you saw. So I'll let you speak together because I know it gets kind of embarrassing, but I will ask you to shout out. Are we okay with shouting out? No, no one's ready. So I'll give you some time, just quick 3 minutes. What are some of the definite positives that you saw that the teacher was trying to do to help Moises in this response have access? Some of the positives that you saw. Go ahead and talk to each other, your table partner. For many that the microphone gets intimidating. Is any brave soul in our local group willing to share? What is a positive that you saw? Okay. What positive that you saw?
We saw visuals on the board, a dictionary, and some students also trying to help out.
Absolutely. So he had a peer buddy, someone he could look to and seek some support from, and having that peer. Because again, we saw that he was looking for those visuals. There were some visuals there. There were. So there had been some probably pre-teaching, an introductory lesson, maybe some guided practice. He could visualize, okay, a little man with some blocks, but wait a second, what does that have to do with city blocks, right? So again, he's having some difficulty with the vocabulary there and the transfer. Anything else that anyone wants to share? What was a positive that you saw? More worries and reflections? Yeah. So again, accessibility tools. And I think from the administrator lens, it reminds us that how are we supporting our teachers and helping them better integrate and support learners? And then from the teacher perspective, how might she have felt to put her heart into the lesson that she designed and then to come to find out it's not enough, I haven't supported little Moises enough, and how that feels, again, as a teacher who, again, we all get into the education practice because we love kids, because we have a good heart. We want to do right by every kid that comes into our classroom. It's about building those supports and structures so that, again, administrators, we support our teachers support our students, and so on and so forth. We work as a collaborative team. Because could Moises have used some more accessibility resources? Maybe we could have front-loaded some more vocabulary. There was some realia, there's some stuff on the shelves, and he was looking to the stuff. How do we incorporate that? Bringing it into the lesson, into the assessment. So again, those linkages, sometimes we need to flush them through a little bit more so that we ensure that it is making every lesson accessible and usable by the student. So we saw some positives and we saw some areas where we need work. But I think we can all raise our hand and say kudos to Moises, right? For advocating for himself, for saying, yes, this test is important, everything is important, how much he values education and learning rang through in that lesson. But I think of all of our other students who are not like Moises, who aren't brave enough, who are worried, scared, or afraid. The peers, some of them weren't as gentle as we'd like them to be, right? We have some peers that are maybe not as nice as we want them to be. So again, that builds upon. So when we looked earlier in chapter 2, we were looking at language versus disability, and I said, do we all see that there was a section there about behavior? Because that can be an issue also for an English learner. Whether it's their own behavior, observable behaviors, but how others behave towards them is something that, again, we uniquely and distinctly take into consideration as we look on how we serve and support our students, because it may be that we need to do some training, some understanding and development within our school sites, within our classrooms, of how we can help each other as good citizens, right, and to each other as students. So having said that and seeing that we maybe needed to talk about, so in this case, it's a child who is an English learner, but let's say that Moises, if he also had a disability, so let's just say, if he had a disability, through the IEP process, we'd also have a responsibility to talk about accessibility and supports within the IEP. So in that present levels of performance, we talked about all of the skills and abilities that Moises had. So, or Jenny, my fake student, let me go back. So we developed that IEP to where she was, a level 3 on her LPAC, having some needs, having a specific learning disability. I may not have said this, but in my example, Jenny has difficulty with applied problems. She has issues because, like we saw Moises it wasn't an English class, it was a math class. So we're also responsible for integrated ELD, so across content areas, because an English learner needs supports to develop academic English across content areas. It just doesn't live in designated ELD and then everything else the rest of the day goes just fine. Those scaffolds and supports need to follow, right? They need to follow, in this case, Moises, in the case of my fictitious IEP, Jenny. how those accessibility tools and resources follow her around to ensure that she has access in all environments throughout her school day. So the special factors page is an important page in respect to all of the accessibility tools. So again, I utilize SACE, you might use another program, but here are just some ed benefit reminders. So again, some ed benefit reminders. Again, if you are an administrator, you might use these ed benefit reminders to help you as you do your own random file pulls. You're reviewing some IEPs for compliance and content. You might want to use these slides in that manner. If you're a special education teacher and you're going through your IEPs, again, another cross checks for you. So that you can also help and build your repertoire to say, did I meet all of these prongs to demonstrate ed benefit for my students? Who are English learners, students, even just with a disability who aren't English learners. Again, these are just ed benefit reminders, but I did highlight the English learners one. And I do have the reference codes there for the ed code, state and fed, because it's not said by Debbie Montoya in Imperial County, but what the rules are. So I do have that information for you there. Particularly on this form, on the special factors page, it starts with considerations for assistive technology. And I have to automatically put the footnote that it could be very low-tech tools to high-tech tools. In the video, we saw that Moises was using a paper dictionary. A paper dictionary. It didn't have to be a fancy electronic dictionary, didn't have to be an actual accessibility tool, something that we had to purchase. But again, different types of tools work for different students, and different students may gravitate. So we may have the super high-tech tool, but that's not really what the student likes or benefits or can utilize effectively. So we take that into consideration as well. I also have to balance needs versus wants, because I could want a whole lot of things for my classroom and want a whole lot of things and tools, but what really works for the child? The IEP is built on what the child needs to have access, what the child absolutely needs to be able to participate, have access and gain educational benefit from their instructional environments. So in and out of a special ed setting, preferably more time in general ed, right? But again, what are the absolute needs of the child? So let's go there first. Increasing access to assistive technology. Some of you may have very savvy friends at your school sites who are very savvy in technology. Maybe they're Google certified and they can show you every extension that you can utilize that's free. And again, some of us need a little bit more resources. Again, not saying that any one type is better than another, but there's a lot of technology tools out there. If this is an area that you gravitate to, Reading Rockets and then their sister Colorín Colorado, you can look on there and there's just research and information about assistive technology and how assistive technology can be utilized to support the development of English language acquisition for our students who are English learners. So again, more information. I have this here understood, and again, I don't know them or their company, so if we're making friends and they want to call me, this Tech Finder has been very useful for us when we're talking about students with disabilities in particular. So although it says learning and attention issues, sometimes you can enter specific phonemic awareness, attention, whatever the need is of the student, and there will be some free recommendations of different apps, software, tools, resources that you might utilize in your classroom or to help you with instruction or just access issues. So again, that's another resource that's out there. When we look at the low-tech side, paper dictionaries, glossaries, picture-supported glossaries that maybe you made that are specifically related to that lesson if you're a teacher. Maybe that graphic organizer that's specifically crafted with the sentence starters that the student needs. Maybe the student's more at a picture level and we're doing that. Picture-supported text. Again, depending on the level and the need of the student that you're working with, we're not talking about just the generic graphic organizer that you're using for everyone. In this context, we're talking about how it's uniquely designed to meet the need of the student, because the student may need a different type of organizer or tool than maybe the rest of your students that they're using in the classroom during that lesson or that instructional period to be able to access instruction. So again, useful tools that you can look out there. If you are serving students with more significant disabilities and or students who are potentially nonverbal, the And again, not to advertise for anyone, but there are so many voice output devices, whether dynamic display or if you're using PECs. But also, again, how do we build in primary language as an asset so that, again, we're bridging that gap, helping students and building upon their foundation. We have many students who come in with a lot of foundational language, a lot of skills and a lot of abilities, but how we help them transfer that into the classroom. So technology has opened so many doors. So again, if that's an area of interest for you or you want to start an AT cohort, one of also our SELPA content leads, Open Access, they're specifically working in the realm of AT and AAC. So if you haven't looked to them, they are developing resources just like we're developing resources regarding English learners with disabilities. They are building resources in support of students with disabilities in relation to assistive technology and AAC. So again, just a little footnote for that. So in the special factors page, we also come to a section about our English learners and the types of programs and supports they're receiving. So when we looked at accessibility tools, I should have a graphic here of also go back to your Matrix 4 and your Matrix 1. Very important. Because again, those we know they're accessibility tools that exist and live in the statewide assessments. And the statewide assessments are important. We want to show progress. We want to have our students have full access and show what they know. So again, technology has broken into that realm to help us give kids the access that they need. So in the special factors, so same page of the IEP, again, just an extract of the same page, still circling back and talking about English language learner needs specifically. And I know I've talked a lot about principle, or I like to infuse principle 1 of the EL roadmap, assets-oriented and need for responsive schools. So if you're looking at it from a systems or an MTSS perspective and how we infuse those EL principles into the work that we do, how we build the climate and the culture of our systems, of our organization, our school site, our district, our county office, that again, language and culture as assets, that we truly view that in our classrooms. So if the student is an English learner, complete the following section. So that's the heading in the page. So still in the same page of the IEP. And you're thinking like, oh, my IEP just got much longer. It did, and I'm sorry. Because we also have a state forms committee. So based on the feedback that we've been getting on some of the trainings that we've had, we're actively looking at this page to try to build some clarity into it because there have been a lot of questions regarding this page. So let's go through the sections. So the first one, does the student need primary language support? So the primary language support, not to be misconstrued with a program. This one is asking more about supports, strategies, resources. And that's why it uniquely and nicely falls in after the assistive technology kind of services and supports kind of go together if you think of it in that realm of what kind of supports we need. Because I'm going to go back, I don't want to make anybody dizzy, but I'm going to go back really quickly just so we remember where Jenny is. So in this fictitious example, Jenny's in expanding. So we're going to go here. Requires moderate linguistic support. She's here in her speaking. May need help using English to communicate on less familiar school topics and in less familiar social situations. So in that context, I want to remember that as I build this. Because even though she's not in a dual language program, let's say, she has English vocabulary. She's developed and she's continuously expanding her knowledge and skill, but she still needs some of that foundational support. For those of you who are second language learners, sometimes, or bilingual, fully bilingual, and you think of a word and sometimes it's just like, oh, what's that word? What's that word? Jenny's probably experiencing that more often than we think. Question, hold on, let me get to the mic. Yes.
Yes, no, I just want to know, you said that they do not, that this is not a program. This is not a program, it's a support for
Yes.
them?
So this question is specifically asking of how we're supporting that primary language need.
Okay.
That's this question of the IEP. Okay? Yes. Yes, because I have gotten questions, whether email or through previous trainings of, well, does this mean the child needs to be in a primary language program or dual immersion, I'm sorry, or a heritage program? No, this particular question is just asking, how are we supporting the primary language, helping that student bridge that gap? So I'll give you the example that I have here. And again, it may be different for different students. This is merely an example or a sample. So does the student need primary language support? Yes. And then if it says, if yes, how will it be provided? So again, just a generic sample. Jenny is provided with translation of key words used in assignment directions and when introduced new concepts. A peer buddy who is also a Spanish speaker, primary language support necessary via the use of a bilingual dictionary or a glossary, talking or written, across content areas is needed. So she still has that need to come back to it sometimes. Because again, we want our students to be self-advocates, right? To be as independent as they can. So if we give them the resources and the tools, teach them how to use the resources and the tools, I should say, they'll become more fluent in utilizing those tools. So I may add there that yes, she has uniquely devised or designed graphic organizers. Or I may also indicate that I need to be sure to front load all of the key vocabulary. That if it's a thematic unit that I'm working on, then we need to be sure that she understands the themes. Maybe she may not have the background knowledge to understand that lesson or that book. So again, it takes a lot of forethought and planning on the place of our teachers. But again, the IEP is a vehicle that as you have the IEP, both the EL specialist, EL coach, whoever your EL expert is at the table, in addition to yourself as a special educator, can collaborate on. What might we need? What are the must-haves? So that when we ensure Jenny goes through the course of her instructional day, she has the supports that she needs to be successful. That entry point to layer the playing field and to be able to access and engage in curriculum and instruction. So that's what that question is how we're using that primary language and culture as an asset to help build learning and instruction. That's what that question is there. And then it goes on to ask, where will ELD services be provided to the student? So this question has had a lot of them. So I'm gonna ask you with your pen to kind of make a little footnote right here. And add for me, where will designated ELD services be provided? Let's think of it from that aspect. Where will we provide designated? So in a perfect world, I'm gonna say, all kids, gen ed. So you're gonna mark gen ed. And sometimes I saw IEPs that had general ed and special ed because, which I like responses when people say, well, it's happening everywhere. Student is getting English language development support everywhere, integrated and designated. But specifically when we look at that intensive, that carved out time where we focus on developing English language proficiency, academic language, that focus time is that designated ELD time. Where is that happening? In this case of Jenny, I have marked general ed. And we're going to talk a little bit more about least restrictive and least to most placements because that's at the end. We first talk about what the child needs, how we can help shape instruction and include all the supports that Jenny needs prior to even talking about placement. But for the purposes of this one, if I'm going by her LPAC score, her needs, I could easily say, or argue maybe, that Jenny is a level 3 and there are many other students who are in that level 3 area of learning in their English language development, students with and without disabilities. And again, if she could have access and opportunity to develop and learn English with students who are also at that same level and grouping as her and have other language models, as the special educator, we can then consult with that general education ELD teacher. Jenny might also need these accommodations because she also has a disability. But I know you're focused on the EL needs and you're the expert in that area, but I can help you with the accommodations that Jenny needs so that she can have access to that designated ELD environment. So that's the thinking that I have here, where I have marked that she goes to her designated ELD time outside of the special education setting. So she's in gen ed. She's staying in gen ed. She's gen ed first. But now through the IEP process, we're also talking about her needs as a child with a disability. In this particular section as well, maybe not as Prop 58-ish yet, so we are working on this particular form. We have structured English immersion or alternate language program. This particular section is talking about program. Although through the IEP, that lives outside of the IEP, parents have parent choice. Parents can choose. Do they feel that their child needs a dual immersion program, transitional program, the programs that again are available, and there's a list of those programs. But for IEP purposes, we just want to get an idea of how the student is accessing general education, accessing that primary language strategies and interventions. So not just primary language support, but the interventions, which is the language development, the ELD. So here, for instance, in the description I just added, Jenny attends the district general education ELD designated instructional groupings based on her most recent LPAC results. Designated ELD is provided for 45 minutes daily in the general ed environment. She also receives integrated ELD support to ensure access to curriculum and instruction across content areas. Because I'm a realist, and I want everyone to remember that across content areas, she's going to need some support, some level of support as she develops her English language skills. So again, this is just a generic example. I always remind staff and friends and Zoom participants that every IEP is uniquely designed for the student that we're talking about, right? It is an individualized education plan. So even though I'm showing you a sample of a fictitious student, it is helped to give you a frame of reference for a student who would be or who is an English learner with a disability. So that's what I have commented there. I also added my own comments. There's a comment section in the IEP as well where you can add. So I wanted to give a little bit of context because I always think of the IEPs that we write. What if this student were to move tomorrow? Being good to my friends. We have students who go from one district to another district, one county to another county, sometimes state to state. The importance of that IEP goes without saying. You can truly paint a picture of what the child needs in the IEP, the resources and the supports that the child needs to have access and equity. I'd hate for our student to move somewhere else and then start from scratch, or people to read the IEP and say, well, what did that look, what did that mean? So the more that we can inform practice through the IEP so that, again, it's another talking point between special educators and general educators on how to work to meet the needs of the student that we're speaking towards, or speaking for and advocating for. So I have a comment here that Jenny has always attended U.S. schools, and therefore her language of instruction has always been English. She is a bilingual speaker, and when asked her language of preference, she'll state English. But if she's aware that an adult is a Spanish speaker, she will say her preference is Spanish. She is identified again as an English learner level 3, somewhat developed. She participates in classes where integrated ELD strategies are implemented to address her language needs. She also requires extended time to process information, and goals are written to be linguistically appropriate. So I add that step there because later today we're going to talk about linguistically appropriate IEPs, because our students with disabilities, we need to ensure that the goals are meaningful to meet the needs of the disability, but they're also developed to meet the language needs so that, again, access and equity. That ed benefit piece is important, and it comes twofold. The compounding needs, again, of the student with a language need and a disability need. So I think, question? Yes, hold on. Let me come with the mic. Every question is a good question. Thank you for sharing.
If the student is enrolled in the dual immersion, would we check off the alternative language program?
For the purpose of this form, yes. So you would mark, sometimes the Zoom can't hear the question. So the question was, what if the child participates in a dual immersion program? You would mark alternate language program. So the alternative language program, again, a dual immersion, a heritage program, a flex, a FLES, whatever those programs are that your specific district, school, county office has available, again, parent would have made a choice. So you can mark there and then indicate what that program is. So that particular question does reference that. Although parent choice, designing of that program, initiation of that request, again, lives outside of the IEP. That would have happened sometime prior to and through a different process than the IEP process. But that is where we would reference it. Thank you for asking. Okay. All right. So this is a good portion to get us to stop before lunch. But you know I never let you leave without giving me a question and a wondering. When we come back, though, I just want to talk a little bit about Considerations for selecting support. So when we come back from the break, we're going to jump into, language and culture. We're going to talk just a little bit. So before we leave, let me touch this slide before I let you all go. So I know I alluded to, and I just briefly brushed over integrated and ELD. They are so important that they had their own training. That's how much we believe in the importance of integrated ELD and designated ELD. So when we talk about services for students who are English learners, we did have a training a couple of weeks ago. It is video and archived on our website, even though not yet posted. So I might be able to show you a teaser at the end of today on our website. So again, if you're participating today, because we are just getting ready to launch. So again, if you want more depth in what integrated and designated ELD is for English learners and English learners with disabilities, that training happened a while back. In addition, I believe in March, we will have a deeper training regarding the design and the alignment of integrated ELD and designated ELD. So for students, I need you to ask a favor. Your pen or your highlighter for students who are English learners, integrated ELD, again, cross-content areas, designated ELD, that focus time specifically. I need you to circle the word and. Highlight or circle the word and. This is a frequently asked question that I receive. And or, the answer is and. Students who are English learners with and without disabilities should receive integrated and designated ELD. So focus time and across, that they're receiving that opportunity, and I have the ed code cited there. So again, different than if they were in a program. So then that other question was, do I reference what if they are in a different program, so a parent-chosen program? That then is in addition to. But our must-have, again, is the integrated and the designated. So if you're at a school site, a district, somewhere across the state, and we have maybe one over the other, maybe that's a talking point. Maybe that's a conversation. And I bring back this imagery of triangulating. Again, the LPAC, the English Learner Roadmap, the ELD standards, and now this practitioner's guide. As again, hopefully a resource and a tool to bring you all back to the table, to have conversations of what does this look like, not just for all English learners, of course, but our English learners with disabilities in particular, especially if we're also having those other tiers of support questions. These might go in alignment. Maybe we're still missing some interventions when it comes to integrated and designated ELD and what that looks like. So again, maybe more thought-provoking questions that you were anticipating today. So before we break for lunch, because I would like us to break for lunch, I'm gonna ask for, again, one new learning and one wondering. And I will be reviewing all the wonderings that you've added both here live and via live Zoom over the lunch break. So again, one new learning and a wondering, a pondering, a question that you still have lingering out there. And then we'll break for lunch. And we will have an hour lunch. We'll start our lunch at 11:35. And then we'll be back at 12:35. So thank you again. And for our Zoom participants, please, please, please enter any questions you have in the chat box. I will be reviewing your questions over the lunch break as well. So again, if you have questions via Zoom, please enter them in the chat box. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you, we appreciate that. So again, a new learning and a question. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for returning. Thank you for our Zoom participants for returning after the break. I know it makes for a long day. I think, and just to recap, you've recognized that the practitioner's guide is full of resources. You can look at mine already. That is, tabbed and stickied as resources, and different entry points for different people. So the guide is really intended to be utilized by the practitioner in the real true sense of the saying of you may have different entry points and different chapters. Prior to us leaving to break, I just want to share again that although today we didn't focus deeply at all on integrated and designated, that is a prior training that we have hosted, and we will archive it on our website because that needs its own attention. So just know that there are certain chapters that we will be building out modules throughout the course of the year. This is a 5-year grant, so we will slowly be addressing every one of the chapters in its own focus training. Today is really an introduction to get the guide into your hands and to help you determine where do I want to start in all of the sections, because there's a lot of material there. But again, depending on the needs of yourself as a practitioner or your school site or your district or county office, you might decide that there's certain areas to focus. But albeit, if you have more questions on integrated ELD and designated ELD, Chapter 6 is where you want to tab and come back to. In Chapter 6, it also gives reference to the ELD standards with lots of links there as well. In addition, you'll see there in Chapter 6, Chapter 7, just as we saw in Chapter 1, tiers of support are articulated, and then discussions about UDL. Because we don't want to leave UDL out. That's very important, and we would hope that those are the conversations that happen prior to referral to special education, and that you have in-depth conversations about integrated ELD, ELD standards, the EL principles prior to referral. But again, just to link that for you, because I know that's a section that merits lots and lots of review. So as we continue to move forward, and I think I lost my clicker somewhere. Oh, here it is. We talked a little bit about connecting supports for students, whether it's accessibility tools. And I want to go back to that discussion a little bit, because even prior to referral, we would hope that, again, accessibility tools have been discussed in the form of universal supports and in the form of designated supports. Again, for both Matrix 1 and Matrix 4 are definitely good resources for you, because again, during statewide assessments, both the SPAC and the LPAC, students can use glossaries, there are translations, there are stacked translations that can be utilized during assessment, and of course during regular instruction. So when we talk about that, we're looking at, again, students' proficiency in their native language. Through that assessment process, we gathered a little bit of information. We would hope in their primary language, because it's always important to also know where a child is in their primary language. What can we build from? What can we bridge from that foundation that they have? What are the linguistic demands of the environments that they're in? So as we continue to think about this segment, we're talking about students who are ELs with a disability. We're also thinking of, is their disability also rooted in functions of literacy? Phonemic awareness issues, phonological processing, maybe visual processing that's attributing, auditory processing deficits that are attributing to difficulties with literacy, reading, instruction. How do we fold all of that together? So again, just to circle us back, and there on the bottom, you'll see that. For designated ELD, students should be grouped with students with similar proficiency levels. So again, when I looked at the special factors page, ideally we would see our students being served for designated ELD in the general ed environment. Needless to say, students can be served in special education environment. Our special education teachers can serve, they have their CLAD. They can serve students who are ELs as well. But again, when we look at least restrictive environment, if the child can be supported in that environment. That middle one where it says ability of native language support, we want to ensure availability of support. When we think back to that special factors page, I just want to clarify a little bit that when we talked about primary language support, remember that question in the IEP, primary language support? That doesn't necessarily mean a person. That doesn't necessarily mean a translator. That's one form of support, one form of resource, one strategy. But we're also looking for the other things, the accessibility tools, the scaffolding, the realia. Maybe I use videos to front load the theme, the vocabulary, the idea, the concept. Again, what are all those resources and strategies, accessibility tools, electronic or paper-based, low-tech, high-tech, that we're using to support the student? So primary language support doesn't necessarily mean that the child needs a person, a one-to-one or an interpreter. That's not necessarily what that's referring to. Again, we may have students who predominantly require an ASL interpreter. Then that's a different context. They may need an interpreter that's for them or shared amongst a small group. Again, all dependent on the student. But I just wanted to clarify that a little bit, that particular line item in the IEP refers to primary language support strategies, resources, not necessarily a person. Okay. So thank you again for that question, the opportunity to clarify. So as we move forward, now we move into statewide assessments and the accessibility tools. I know I've made several references to Matrix 1 for the SBAC accessibility tools and Matrix 4 for the LPAC accessibility tools. We have a whole page in the IEP that's dedicated to statewide assessment and accessibility to statewide assessments. Accessibility is near and dear to our heart. And we know that we're measured by statewide assessments. We know that's how progress is measured. Everyone knows, is our school, what color are they on the dashboard? Which subgroups? If we're in DA, CSI, HSI, you know which subgroups are triggering. Again, ensuring that this information, the realities of it, that it's transferred into your ISAP tool, into your TOMS, so that it's active and accessible for your students at the time of testing. You may also have IEPs that, again, now you're looking at the accessibility tools. Know that on the CASP website, there are many, many videos on the different accessibility tools. Interim assessments. Interim assessments are very important. They help you and help you understand the child and how they use the accessibility tools, because you can turn on the accessibility tools during the interim assessments. And playing around with the tools is helpful. Teaching the student how to use the tools that are available to them, because we can turn on all the tools in that assessment, but if the child doesn't know how to use them and access them, it will be all for naught, because we want to ensure access. So kids can really show what they know. So when you go back to your IEP teams, definitely having the information available. Are we using universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations? As a footnote, I want to remind folks, if you have a highlighter, please highlight accommodations. Put a little footnote, accommodations do not negatively affect the score or your district. Accommodations don't change standards, they just ensure another level of access and entry points for students to have access. So accommodations do not negatively impact scores. I often get that question. Accommodation will not cause a loss score, the lowest obtainable scale score. Accommodations are for use for students, available for students. If you get into unlisted resources, that's a little bit different. That's a different process. We also have had a CASP training prior to this training, so that one will also be archived on our website again if you wanted to go back into accessibility tools, English learners, and English learners with disabilities. We had another training on that because, again, that merits its own full day as we look at ensuring accessibility tools. So I just want, again, to remind, whether you use embedded or not embedded, the accommodations for students with an IEP or a 504. Today we're talking about IEPs, but students on a 504 can also have accommodations, and it will not negatively affect or throw out the score. I've heard multiple questions like that, so just know that they are allowable and usable. So in the IEP, considering that the student is an English learner and considering that the student is also a child with a disability, you can then determine which are the accessibility tools that are most appropriate for the child, that the child absolutely needs to be able to show what they know. Because yes, we can all go in and just click, 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 click every one of them, but we want to be intentional. In as much as you're intentional in your teaching practices and your strategies, your accessibility tools, the same would be so for the assessment. What are those tools that the child absolutely needs to be able to demonstrate access? So on this form, again, you'll see the CASP information there and the accessibility tools available to the student, universal designated and accommodations. And this may be the point where you also then stop to talk about if you have a student who has a significant cognitive disability and maybe is not able to access the SBAC with all the accessibility tools, but they have a significant cognitive disability, considerations for the CAA. So maybe the California Alternate Achievement Assessment is your next dialogue and conversation, potentially again. So there is a new checklist. So in your folder, and for our Zoom participants in the folder of electronic resources, you have a checklist that looks like the picture there. The alternate assessment decision confirmation worksheet. So just to kind of go back and reference, this is a new sheet. So you may remember the sheet that was landscape and it said agree or disagree, and you had to go down and answer every question, agree or disagree. This form now replaces that form. So your IEP teams will now utilize this form. It is really hot off the press, if you will, and it is found on the CASP website. If you go there to look for it, it came out in one of their news bulletins just a week ago. So it's literally that new in the field. So I'm going to give you some time to look at it. And again, that main feature, that first question is, does the student have a significant cognitive disability? But I'm going to give you some time to digest it. It is a double-sided form. So take some quick minutes to look at this form, and then we'll circle back in case there are any questions. Because this form now addresses both LPAC and SBAC in one sheet, which is nice. So again, is the student eligible for an alternate assessment? So go ahead and review that sheet. Any questions or comments on this sheet? Hold on. Uh-oh. I think the battery might have died. Okay, I'll repeat the question. How about that?
So this would be included in our IEPs, right?
So the question is, would we include this form within our IEP? Yes, we would. If you look at the backside of this form, it does have first signatures as well. It may be that this is a topic of conversation as part of an amendment to an IEP. So you have a long-standing IEP, maybe you already had the initial, maybe you already had the triennial. And you're coming back as an IEP team to talk about the accessibility resources. This might be the tool to, again, bring you together as a team to have the conversation. What I really appreciate about this team, so thank you CDE and the team of experts that worked to develop this form, is that now we're talking about the LPAC and the CAS simultaneously. Before, if you recall, we would have a separate conversation about SBAC and then decide maybe the CAA, but then the student will continue to take the LPAC without having that open dialogue of, well, maybe that assessment's not accessible either. So again, now you're having those conversations in relation to all statewide assessments that pertain to that child. So the SBAC or CAA, or the LPAC or alternate language proficiency assessment. So again, this assessment tool helps you have those conversations together. But I specifically want to point out the bottom feature here that says alignment with standards. I don't know if everyone caught that one. If you could highlight there, because today we are specifically talking about students with disabilities who are English learners, it specifically calls out alignment with the ELD standards. So a reminder to us of how important those ELD standards to be, how important they are in the integration of those standards in the work that we do. Because again, as we look at though designated is designated, integrated is all the time. And in a few minutes, we're gonna step into linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. And again, those ELD standards are in support of the work that we do and how we infuse them with our Common Core standards. So again, it does ask for alignment. And for the IEP team as a whole to together certify, if you will, verify, affirm, confirm that the student is or will be learning content aligned with the standards listed above. In determining the alternate standards, again, the main question there is, again, does the student have a significant cognitive disability and an IEP? Significant cognitive disability is specifically targeted there because, again, sometimes poor performance on the SBAC is not necessarily an indicator that they need to take the CAA, the alternate. The alternate truly is for students who have a significant cognitive disability. So I just wanted to focus on that a little bit. And then the backside asks again for instructional supports, measures of gain, and that again the parent and the guard or guardian is fully informed of the decision being made that the student will participate in an alternate achievement assessment. The alternate achievement assessments, both for the LPAC and the CAA for the SBAC, will give you valid scores, right? So those scores will also work for your favor, if you will, because it's a tool that's accessible to the students. So for students who need this level of accessibility, they will take the alternate assessment, and their scores will be configured or molded into your scores on your dashboard. I think the question is only students. Okay, so only students with a significant disability, cognitive disability, are eligible for the CAA. So again, just to clarify, only students with a significant, and that's why that is the question, the main question, because again, you know that if you're at an IEP and the question is no, this student does not have an intellectual disability. So again, their category, and that it's significantly impacting, so significant cognitive disability. So let's go back to the example of Jenny. That's a good question. So let's kind of reframe it. So in the context of the student that we've been talking about today, who is Jenny, a fictitious student, who LPAC level 3, who has a specific learning disability. The little bit that we know about her, would she be eligible for the CAA? No. No, she does not have a significant cognitive disability. So maybe in the slide that I had before of what a specific learning disability is not, it did say there intellectual disability. So if you want to go back to that slide and highlight it, a student with an intellectual disability, that's a different ed code reference and a different set of needs and supports that they have. And that actually is tomorrow's conversation. So if you want to talk more about students with significant disabilities or moderate to severe disabilities, that's tomorrow's session through that lens. Yes? Yes. Yes. So today, before the end of the day, we will get to reclassification because I know I'm taking through a broad stroke travel through the practitioner's guide, but tomorrow we'll be looking at it more from the lens of students with more severe and significant disabilities and their reclassification discussion. So today we're focusing more on your mild disabilities, your higher incidence disabilities, whereas tomorrow we'll look more focused on the severe disabilities. So again, hot off the press, please share this new tool. It replaces those other IEP consideration pages where you would mark agree or disagree. This form replaces it now. So again, your IEP teams, please share this far and wide so that they utilize the newest and current language in determining whether a student needs to take an alternate assessment. So making a confirmation. Also, again, available resources, lots of great tools on the CAST website, practice tests, videos on all of the accessibility tools. And again, I can't tell you enough, teach the students how to use those accessibility tools that are available to them. And again, a matrix 1 is there, and the links are active. So again, if you're using the electronic file, you can use all the active links to all the resources that we're utilizing today. And the placemats are very helpful. So circling back to our conversation when we were in chapters 1 and chapters 2, talking about pre-referral, these graphics are also very helpful for your SST teams. To have them at the table, having those conversations. Have we tried these universal tools? Have we tried these designated, embedded, and non-embedded? And then now for students with IEPs and 504s, the conversation changes because now they have the accommodations accessible to them in addition to. Okay. So again, these tools, accessibility, again, laminated as placemats are always nice to sit around the table with, to again, conversation starters in your IEPs, to again, look at all of the tools that are being utilized for students. So again, those are available to you. So let's talk a little bit deeper about the LPAC as we get into the LPAC. So the LPAC, again, we just looked at this sheet. Should the student have a significant disability and an IEP, then again, we could consider the alternate English language proficiency assessment. At this point, I have to again make a footnote that at this time, the California Department of Education does not have a alternate achievement assessment for LPAC. So the alternate LPAC should be out, hopefully, these are not wood, but hopefully come the 2021. So again, we're hoping that we will see the alternate LPAC. Remember, the computerized LPAC is this spring, February 1st, and the alternate is in progress. Currently though, so right now, because we have students that are gonna take the summative come February, before you know it, it'll be February. And you will have a locally determined alternate assessment for the LPAC. So again, I know because we're broadcasting statewide, I can say for our particular SELPA, again, we utilize the VCALPS, the Ventura County Office assessment. So a big thank you to Ventura County and Ventura County SELPA, Orange County before them, and Riverside before them, who used the ALPI. So I remember using the ALPI when I used to be the administrator of a program for students with moderate to severe disabilities. And the VCALPS is now a widely used tool statewide. Nevertheless, I have to say, if you are in a district or you're participating as a district or a county office, a school, you'd want to know what is in your EL master plan, because they may have named a different alternate assessment to LPAC to be used in the meantime. So again, we utilize the VCALPS. So for training purposes, I will be focusing on the VCALPS, and tomorrow I will include a training on how to use the VCALPS if you participate in tomorrow's training. But there are districts that also use the Sandy as their tool. I've heard some are also using the Sandy Quick or Sandy Fast, I'm sorry, and then other districts using the LAS or other tools. And again, I can only speak to the VCALPS because that's an assessment that we use locally. But again, soon we will have an alternate LPAC that is developed by the state with ETS, and that will be the assessment that everyone would utilize statewide. So right now we just don't have those mechanisms, but we still need to afford students with significant cognitive disabilities the opportunity to assess and have a test tool that's accessible to them. So for right now, it is a locally determined alternate to the LPAC. So again, as I mentioned earlier, the Matrix 4, so the Matrix 4 again was updated not too long ago this year. So again, make sure you're using the most current Matrix 4 to ensure that you have all of the supports that transition into now the computerized test. And you'll see in the new Matrix 4 that again, it'll tell you what items are paper-based still for our little ones, our K through 2, and then what items. And then also know that for STEM students, again, you may need an enlisted resource. You may need a print on demand. Again, those get very tricky. So do refer to your Matrix 4 tool for more information. So again, we talked about the alternate assessment decision confirmation sheet. So we'd want to go through this sheet or this checklist with your group, have conversations in the IEP. Again, that LPAC accessibility resources is very helpful. And then we saw this one earlier this morning. So earlier this morning, we saw this tool, which is the LPAC Administration Student Accessibility Checklist. So for our students with disabilities, we would use this bottom section as well. So this morning, as we were talking about referral, pre-referral, students without disabilities. So our English learners could use universal supports and designated supports. But as we use this tool within our IEP teams, it may have a different context because now we're also talking about accommodations. And again, remember, accommodations will give you a score. Accommodations will not affect the district negatively, your scores negatively. They will not affect your LP score on your dashboard negatively. Accommodations are for use for students in support of their needs to ensure they can have access to the assessment. Then we go to the second part where it says domain exemptions. So let's look at that section a little bit. And this applies to both students on an IEP and a 504. So today we haven't talked too much about 504. We know that students on a 504 have a disability, and their disability substantially affects their learning. Okay, a daily living skill substantially affects. Our students with a disability, their disability adversely affects many more needs that they have associated with their disability. But students with an IEP or a 504 have access to accommodations. In addition, if due to their disability and the uniqueness of their disability, you may find that you need to exempt them from a portion of the LPAC. Depending on how much you exempt them from, you may find yourself getting a lost score if you're exempting them from an entire domain, if you're exempting them from several items throughout the test. So again, just keep that in mind, and again, be cognizant of the resources that you're using. What are the accommodations? What have we tried? And again, there may be some domain exemptions. On the bottom as well, though, it talks about the alternate assessment. So again, if going through this sheet, you realize, well, I'd actually have to completely exempt. And then you would say, oh, well, this child also has a significant cognitive disability. Then again, that's another resource to kind of slingshot you into a conversation about, do we need to go through the alternate confirmation checklist? So they really can go hand in hand with each other as you're looking at what are the needs of a student with a disability, and as you review all the accessibility tools that are available for students. So again, you're determining, do I need an LPAC or the alternate LPAC? For those of you, again, who may not be using an alternate, sometimes I hear that, oh, we hadn't considered the alternate to the LPAC. If you find yourself in that predicament, again, talk to your EL coordinator, your district office, an EL coach. Maybe your EL master plan does specifically talk about which alternate to the LPAC you're going to use, and you would definitely want to know that if you're a newer teacher or a new administrator for a district. Again, you'd want to know what is the alternate to the LPAC that we're using in our specific school or district. What I can say is that if you are using the VCALPS, again, big thank you to Ventura County, the way that the scoring is indicated is it does show an alignment, so that at least we're talking about the same domains. Those of you who remember in the past that used ALPI, we didn't have a writing component, so we couldn't use this as a tool to help us talk about reclassification because we were missing a domain. So when we use the VCALPS, again, we see that alignment, and we can also crosswalk with the ELD standards because, again, we're looking specifically at the listening and the speaking, the reading and the writing, and we're looking at the areas of somewhat developed. Again, if we're looking again at the students and how they're developing their English, whether they have cognitive disabilities or if they have regular disabilities, we have this frame of reference, LPAC, and then in our case, we're using the VCALPS. So again, if you want training on the VCALPS, be sure to chime in tomorrow or come participate live tomorrow. So on the assessment of language proficiency, so I'm going to stop here again because this is just the back cover of the sheet, right? This is just a copy of the LPAC. So again, you can list accommodations. So again, if you want to write a little footnote, because maybe you need to take this conversation back to your district, accommodations do not negatively affect. So again, accommodations are tools and resources for students. Accommodations are not test irregularities, so that's why they are separated. It's a support that students need. And then again, you may have students taking an alternate assessment for one domain, maybe all domains, right? So again, this alternate assessment would be indicated there. And again, preferably if the student does have a significant cognitive disability, they would be taking the alternate. So if you have students taking the CAA, they do have a significant cognitive disability, and you realize, oh, maybe there's a mismatch, that would be a good conversation to come back to the IEP team in an amendment and have that conversation of should we have considered for our English learner the availability of an alternate English language proficiency assessment as well. Okay. So the CASP assessment timeline, so assessment timelines, lots of assessments. So again, the alternate LPAC is coming soon. We are very, very hopeful. Again, there's an LPAC field test for next year. So we won't see the actual alternate until potentially 2021-22. So again, some alternate, and I do want to mention though, some of your districts have been very supportive and have volunteered to pilot accessibility tools even as early as this year. They were piloting different accessibility tools. So you may have some students who take the LPAC with additional items because again, you're part of a pilot helping CDE still craft the computerized LPAC. At the same time, you may have volunteered or voluntold, I don't know, some of your teachers and support staff to help ETS and CDE in the development of alternate LPAC items because they're still in the item writing phases, looking at scores, looking at cut points, and having those active dialogues. So if you have a staff member who works phenomenally with students with significant cognitive disabilities, definitely log on to the LPAC website. And again, if you want to volunteer them, or at least the application process, if you will, because it is a little bit of a process to be selected to help with the item writing, know that the alternate LPAC is soon to come. And the more experts we can get to help in the support of writing that assessment, the better. So before you know it, we will have an alternate LPAC, and we'll then all be on the same page and be able to have deeper and richer conversations about the alternate LPAC. Right now, I know that it gets a little bit difficult, and we'll probably see that when we get to the reclass conversation, because our summative assessments do assist us with the reclassification question. Are students ready to be reclassified? But I specifically appreciated all the questions regarding parent resources. So there were some questions, so I added this slide. So if you don't find this slide, it's because I just added it over lunch, because there were questions via the Zoom chat, and then our live questions of how do we help with this information and informing parents. And again, the more that we can inform parents, the better. So I wanted to highlight this one. Starting Smarter is a great website. Exploring your child's test reports, checking out sample test questions. Because again, the more we include our families in that meaningful engagement, meaningful participation, they also have an awareness of how we're helping and how we can work together. This information is in English and in Spanish right now on this website. So if you click here, and I will resend these resources, and you can also see the links there. And then a parent guide to understanding the LPAC. So again, another resource, and this one's translated in several languages, I believe, where again, you can help have that conversation. Because sometimes we may find ourselves in scenarios or situations where the climate might be different, and parents may not be as comfortable having the conversation about being a second language learner, of maybe being newly immigrated, having those conversations. But in reality, we want them to feel comfortable in having the conversation, because again, when we think about asset building, using cultural attributes to help us build relationships, to help students feel good about their learning, to engage in learning, again, the more that we can relate to our parents, the better. So again, just some tools again to help you foster that conversation about the parent engagement piece and English language proficiency and development. Okay, so I just wanted to add those there. Now we're going to merge into linguistically goals. Linguistically appropriate goals, because I often get many questions about linguistically appropriate goals. So at this point, we migrated through chapter 6. You're finding yourself closer into models. Co-teaching models are also described here. And I bring that up because sometimes the question that I get is, well, then is the ELD teacher responsible for the goals and objectives? Well, my answer is usually, well, we all have a shared responsibility if we serve that child. The general educator and the special educator, the ELD teacher, because we all have a shared and collective responsibility to the students that we serve. So let's talk more about this. And again, how we're infusing the ELD standards might be different. Again, as I mentioned before, it just so happens that the information system that we utilize here in Imperial County is SACE. I do recognize that across the state, you might use Cirrus or some other information system. A little birdie told me that Cirrus actually has a feature in your goal bank regarding the inclusion of ELD standards. I heard, I don't know. You could tell me in the chat box if you do have that feature. So we will get SACE on board, I'm sure, before you know it. Because there are lots of resources out there. As a realist, I know it's hard. How do I use all these resources? Have your special education teachers had training and support on how to use the ELD standards? That might be a question that you still have as a wondering when you leave today. Have we had the opportunity to talk with, get in the same room maybe even, our special educators and our general education teachers that are working together for the same child to meet those same collective goals? I've heard earlier, oh, I need to bring my EL coordinator to this training. Absolutely, this training will be archived, so if you wanted to watch it later with your EL coordinator, with your EL staff, you could read it, go through all of the materials. We will post all of these materials on our website as well for your reuse. Because again, the more that you can take these conversations back to your teams, the better we'll all work together for our kids. So again, you can use these tools and materials as you like. So as we inform our practices with the standards, so standards ELA, math, science, history, PE, all the standards that are out there, we have to look uniquely. What are the needs of the child? So as we wrote our present levels of performance page earlier, we specifically had to specify what were the areas of need. That's a big question of the IEP, based on the need as related to the disability, and also taking into consideration the EL need. So even though the child with an English learner, being an English learner, didn't qualify the child for special education, right? That is not a qualifying feature. That's just a language difference. But knowing that that difference and that need is there, we also need to acknowledge it and support. So again, that hard disentangling, right, of how that interplay is with the disability and the need. So as an IEP team, you determine what are the prioritized areas of need. You determine where we focus. So in this example of Jenny Test, I think I mentioned earlier, she has a specific learning disability and it directly affects her math reasoning skills, her writing skills. That was her specific area. She also has an auditory processing disorder and a visual processing disorder. So I'm just going to say that kind of outright so you kind of get an idea of where I'm coming from. So that was all in her present levels of performance, talking about all of her baseline skills and her needs. And she's also an English language learner. Okay, so for this example. In this particular example, Jenny doesn't take the alternate, right? She does not take the alternate. But I also recognize that sometimes in the field we have students who do take the alternate, and this is a great resource on the CDE website. The link is an active link. And what it gives us is the Common Core standard, a Common Core connector, and then the essential understanding. So for our students with more severe profound disabilities, we're looking at these and the connections to the Common Core standards, because our responsibility is again to make that connection, to help students have access to Common Core standards at grade level. But that connector piece is very, very helpful. So our students who take the alternate achievement assessment, we're working here. I have heard of some really savvy teachers who are excellent at writing goals and objectives, who again use the Common Core, and even though for students with mild disabilities, high incidence disabilities, you don't have to write benchmarks anymore, objectives, I like them. You could use the Common Core to help you develop of how do I scaffold into, right? How do I trellis up to that grade level standard? Because granted, we know that we have students who their disability, although not a cognitive disability, so maybe a specific learning disability, like in the case of Jenny, students with a specific learning disability have typically average range cognitive ability. So having a disability doesn't by default mean that you have depressed or lowered scores in cognitive ability. It's that processing disorder that doesn't let me get to where I need to be. So in this particular instant, I may look at that Common Core standard and use that connector to help me trellis up, to help me shape instruction. Of course, if the student is taking an alternate, we definitely want to look at those Common Core connectors. In addition, CDE newly has the app. So if you don't have the app, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to download it. You might not see it there, but the English language development standards are in the app. Because I have teachers that say, I have the standards, I know the Common Core standards for ELA and math specifically, let's pick on ELA and math, and then they're like, but I pulled out the resource for ELD, maybe you've had some training, maybe not yet, and I need a quick resource. So I'll give you an example of how I used this tool when I developed my fictitious IEP, right? So when I developed Jenny Test IEP, I went ahead and I downloaded the app. So it takes a little while to load. And then it says English language development. So I clicked on English language development, and you'll see there that it also asks you for the cluster, the proficiency level, collaborative, structuring, expanding, interpretive, connecting. So again, you think about what is the skill that I need to tackle, right? How can I support Jenny in her learning? In her case, she was already expanding. So she's at a level 3. She's expanding her English language proficiency. I specifically want to work on her writing. And I think about the fact that in this case, and I may have failed to mention that Jenny's already an 11th grader, but her baseline skills are somewhere at the 4th grade level. So that makes it additionally hard because we all know that our students at the high school, their disability becomes that much more discrepant. It's much more noticeable. It has other impacts on them because, again, the pace and the rigor is much faster at the high school level. So one of the things when I used the app was I had entered the minimum grade level to be her baseline because I was curious to see what were the standards that trellis up to 12th grade. So for instance, I have minimum grade, I put 4th grade because I know that's where her baseline is. But the maximum grade, I left it at 12. So then when I clicked on, it'll give me 10 results per page. You can cluster by grade range or cluster. Hold on. So then it gives me, so in this particular case, I had picked part 1, interacting in meaningful ways. So when I utilized the app, it gave me a 4th grade, a 5th grade, and then it's telling me like, it didn't get me all the way to 11th grade. So again, it's telling me entry points of where I can start thinking of building my standard. So when I look at the student for where her skills are, I wanted to see a broader range of standards, and that's why I had the minimum and the maximum. Because I understand the teachers need cheat sheets, right? We need tools and resources. So again, thank you to CDE and those that developed the app. Because with the app, I was able to develop this goal. So when I looked at the goals, and again, I have the Ed Benefit reminders here at the top, and the Ed Benefit reminders, again, for all goals, students who are ELs or not. So I had the Ed Benefit reminder, but then specifically for English learners, are my goals linguistically appropriate? So it didn't mean that I wrote a goal that was separate to ELD, right? So not separate, that they work on in ELD, designated ELD. It's infused. It's taking the needs related to the disability and bridging into those ELD standards. How do they work together? Because again, remember about the entanglement? In Jenny's work, in her mind, and how she listens and understands and produces, she has this integration of the English language learner needs and her disability needs, and we're not yet there, right? So for her, specifically for an English learner, I have the questions. Do goal baselines incorporate LPAC data? So it's just some quick check-off list. I want to make sure it's there. Do goals take into consideration linguistic and developmental levels? Access to universal designated and language supports, because in my goal, we look at the features of does what, when given what, right? When we write our APs, we want to know what is our expectation of Jenny, and when given what types of supports, because I can build in the accessibility tools that we talked about in the special factors, and that I'm using on statewide assessments, that we're using in the classroom into the goal. Because again, that's how we know that the child's going to reach into that goal, into that standard. And then we ask, incorporate Common Core standards and ELD standards and EL principles. So again, that triangulation of how I'm incorporating that information. It's not an easy task. It's not. I can say that because again, especially when I have a fake student who I'm developing fake baseline, but I know as teachers, you might be writing 4 different goals, 5 different goals, 6 different goals for one student, and you have 28 students on your caseload. I get that too. I completely understand. So the more we can make it user-friendly for you, I hope that we could do that. So that's why I shared the app today, because I think you might be able to use the app as maybe an entry point to the ELD standards, again, if you're still building your familiarity, and that's okay too. We can only get better, we can only grow and learn, and we're consistently building on what we know and what the research is telling us towards, or taking us towards. I also have the reference there because I often get a lot of questions regarding maybe not so much the whys, but the hows and the reference. And again, our Title I and our Title III regulations, again, insist that we focus on the needs of our English learners. But specifically when we look at our state and federal codes, when we look for linguistically appropriate goals and objectives and writing our APs to infuse the needs of our English learners. So specifically in the goal, and I have an example here, and again, totally fake example, just for training purposes, but I have some baseline information. So Jenny, with some grammatical errors, she definitely uses the edit tools from the Google Suite. Our classrooms have a lot of Chromebooks these days, and those are things that she's using already. She can create a draft. She uses speech to text with the ability to make edits, and she's also using speech to text within statewide assessments. Graphic organizers and Spanish-English glossary as necessary, along with prompting to discuss and brainstorm ideas to help her create topic sentences and supporting ideas to build upon. So she really benefits from that peer buddy dialogue. Because remember when we talked about her LPAC level was level 3, and she kind of needs the vocabulary, she needs some frame of reference to really understand the context or the topic. And we know that with our students, when we're looking at more the, the text frames, we're looking at just different types of expository text, all the why questions, stating your opinion, and you're still developing language and vocabulary can be hard. Yes, question?
Just really quick, I think that the app is a powerful tool, but I know you went.
Yeah.
I would like us to go over Jenny's levels and everything on her together. If everyone download it, because I think it's
Okay, yeah.
for the sake of time, I don't know if we have time.
Oh, so her question was maybe a run through one more time of the app, of the application. So I could always come back to it. I think we're good on time. So just know, so thank you for asking your question, because again, going back to the resource tool, and again, it's relatively new. I think I just got my hands on it maybe September, October, maybe. So I too have been playing with it, and I do have to say though, a great tool, see, thank you for the tool. But when I add too many filters, it doesn't give me all the standards that I want. So that sometimes becomes a difficulty. So definitely playing around with it would be helpful. I would say if you're having like a staff meeting with your special educators, well, of course, with all your educators who are working in ELD, because even your designated ELD teachers, or if you're doing an ELD training in general, the app could be a quick of what's my lesson planning and what standards am I looking, right? What's my lesson objective? So again, using the tool and playing around with it definitely helps. What I really appreciated again was when I set the minimum grade and the maximum, it gave me a longer list so that I could see like, okay, how does that trellis? If she's the progression, right, of the scale, so that I could look at, well, what is it that I need to tackle? And in this case, given her disability need. So I did use the app to write this particular goal. So I went from 4th grade into 11th grade. So in 11th grade, the particular standard, I have it linked there. So the Common Core State Standard was writing 11 through 12.7. So I do reference. So in the IEP, you have to reference, again, what is the Common Core Standard to enable the student to make progress. Addresses other educational needs relating resulting from the disability? And I indicated yes, because she has all these other accessibility needs because of her auditory processing disorder, because of her visual processing disorder, and it is linguistically appropriate. And I can mark that box with full certainty because I know that I used ELD standards expanding LPAC level 3 as my frame of reference. So I'm confirming that I'm using, so just like that checklist asked us, right? So let's go back to the checklist. The IEP team confirms that the student is or will be learning content aligned with the standards listed above. So I'm going to tell the truth, right? I'm going to mark it, and then in my goals, we're going to see that the connection was there. It's keeping us honest, yeah? So when we look at it, then again, we looked at what is the goal. So we're saying here again, fictitious Jenny. Jenny, when provided with graphic organizers, will I can't even remember, as well as more sustained research projects to answer a question, including a self-generated question or solve a problem. Narrow or broaden the inquiry when appropriate, synthesize multiple sources on the subject, demonstrate understanding. So that's all of the goal. I added, after having opportunities to utilize the Spanish-English dictionary, speech-to-text software, and the ability to edit her drafts. So those features of when provided with, I added based on the skills and the supports that I know that she needs to tackle that particular skill. And then the measured progress, that I actually gathered directly from the ELD standard, which was, we'll measure progress by a review of written or multimedia work samples. You'll see in the ELD standards, there's always an appreciation that writing in and of itself, because again, all of the higher order vocabulary, the structures, this, just the development of putting something in writing. So again, she has the opportunity to present it in more of a multimedia format as well to meet that particular standard. So when I look at it, I could say that these features belong to the disability need, these features belong to the Common Core standard, and again, the infusion of that ELD standard when we're looking at writing specifically. And I specifically put her to be an 11th grader in this concept because I've gotten a lot of questions regarding high school students. How do we, again, marry the disability need, the EL need, and then again, their disability need? And it can become challenging. So again, just one tool on writing goals. I have to say that tomorrow, because we are focusing specifically on moderate to severe, we will focus more on, we will actually write some goals tomorrow. So if you do chime in, whether via Zoom or show up tomorrow, we will actually write on goal writing. We will work on goal writing, as I know it can get tricky, okay? So again, the app is very, very helpful and useful. Let me go back a little bit. Questions about goals specifically. Questions about goals. Oh, see, I keep talking. I don't give you a break. So let's give you a 10-minute break. If you will, I always love to hear a new learning and a wondering. So if you could please come up and give us a new learning and a wondering, I'd absolutely appreciate that. And I'll continue to review your questions both in the chat line and then post it. So if you have questions, please feel free to enter them in the chat box via Zoom. And then again, the wondering and the new learning up on the board for our local participants. I'll leave this up for a little while because you might have some more questions regarding goals and objectives. 10 minutes, okay? 10 minutes, thank you. Okay, friends, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you so much again. I know this is a quick and fast training with lots of resources and materials. So big thank you. I have to say thank you to our Zoom participants who have been sitting with us all day. I hope that we've been able to integrate you and support your needs, your learning needs remotely. So this is also a new opportunity for us. And someone in our audience shared, and I'm not going to embarrass her, but I love that she said, only in Imperial County will you get a gansito at a training. I didn't get on my Peloton this morning. I am with the Peloton wife. So I'm not going to eat the gansito myself until later. I don't deserve it yet. But anyhow, just to break the humor with our participants and our participants participating live. So if you can travel out to the Imperial County, we'd love to host you. And thank you for those who did travel in. We appreciate it. Yeah, we have special snacks. So there were several questions in the chat that I wanted to specifically address before we continue to move on, because I know linguistically appropriate goals and objectives becomes a difficult subject, again, as you're infusing resources. The goals and objectives, again, are so important. I hate to brush over it too lightly. And again, like I said, if you are chiming in tomorrow, we actually will write some goals. But for today's purposes, I want to be sure that if this is an area that you know is an area of need, because this is how we measure our progress, right? Educational benefit on an IEP is measured through the progress made on goals and objectives. So it's very important. So if you want to put a sticky tab specifically on writing linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, that's page 209. So if you want to take a sticky tab, place it there. Page 209. In chapter 5 is talking about linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. And then if you would, on page 210, so page 210, again that's chapter 5, the second to the last paragraph, so page 210, there's a specific statement there, and I think several of the questions in the chat on Zoom and here in our local have been regarding linguistically appropriate. So I'm just going to read it straight from the book. Linguistically appropriate goals are not specific ELD goals, but are goals that align with the ELD standards to support the student in language acquisition and ultimately meeting his academic goals and accessing and making progress in the grade level curriculum. So again, that grounds us again of how these interrelated concepts are needed and necessary to support our students who are English learners with disabilities. So again, if that's something that you want to bring back to your team, if you want to, maybe you're working with your special educators, or maybe you're having conversations with your EL specialist, your designated ELD teacher, maybe jointly you are supporting a student who is an English learner with a disability, and you want to have more active conversations on what the child's goals are, what you're targeting as a need related to the disability, and how they can help support the child in the classroom so they understand, again, the common goal. This chapter is definitely there to support you, and specifically that section. So again, embedded in your goals. So again, as you're writing your goals, again, this is a writing goal, but again, I could use my ELD standards to talk about and write a math goal. Because again, there's a lot of language in math. We know that, again, front-loading vocabulary, making sure that the student understands the concepts, just like the video we saw with Moises. So again, in each of my goals, I'm going to infuse the ELD standards and the ELD need. I did put the reference on the prior, I think I lost my clicker again, on the prior slide. So if again, you wanted the legal reference, let me find it. It was on one of the slides right there. It is there. At the very, very bottom, again, if you wanted that reference to read into that as far as writing linguistically appropriate goals. So the reference is there on your slide. A question again as we talk about, again, that crosstalk between the LPAC and the CAA. Very good question. If a student is assigned the CAA, must they automatically take the alternate LPAC? Not necessarily. So we need to look again, does the student have a significant cognitive disability? And as we look at the LPAC and the LPAC accessibility checklist, it would be always good to, again, to determine could they perform well or have access to the test with universal designated and specifically those accommodations. Again, if we find ourselves that, no, they do have a significant disability, they take the CAA, we know that's the appropriate assessment, then yes. But again, through the IEP process, you wouldn't make that decision outside of the IEP. You would include it within an amendment to then determine, do I need to give the LPAC? I had a question regarding students who are deaf or hard of hearing. Again, thank you. And it just so happens that, yes, at one time, again, many moons ago, I had the responsibility of supervising a program for students who are deaf or hard of hearing. And students who are deaf or hard of hearing have unique needs, and they may need an interpreter to support them. There are videos embedded within the CAST system to support them when they're taking the SBAC specifically. So it's very dependent, but we will see that more often than not, students who are deaf or hard of hearing do not have an intellectual disability. So they do not have a cognitive disability. They might. Every student is an individual. So again, if you're having or grappling with that question of I'm serving a student who's hard of hearing, should they take the CAA? Should they take the LPAC? Again, it's those assessments, the alternate assessments are based on, does the student have a significant cognitive disability? But it may be that you have a student who's deaf or hard of hearing, and then they have a primary or secondary disability of intellectual disability. It could be, but again, you would use these resources to make those active conversations. And then I had a question specifically relating to students who have a disability category, specific learning disability, but particularly a child who has dyslexia or is affected by phonological processing needs. Again, dyslexia is part of a specific learning disability. So again, without the significant disability, they would not qualify for the CAA or the LPAC. The significant disability is the feature that you're looking for in that particular. Nevertheless, students who have phonological processing disorders, who fall into that criterion of dyslexia, may need additional accommodations. So look at that very, very closely. And in regards to the LPAC in the writing domain, potentially, maybe an exemption, very student specific though. So again, you'd need to look at their IEP and how their disability affects their learning. So again, thank you for those that were in the Zoom chat. So that took us through goals and objectives. So least restrictive environment in chapter 6, so again, least restrictive environment, sorry. I guess I even need a little bit of a breather. Least restrictive environment, again, is so student specific. Ideally, all students, to the maximum extent appropriate, are being served with their non-disabled peers. Getting good language models, good behavioral models, rigor, access, in the general education environment completely. We might find, though, that based on the student's need, the significance of their need, the type of need that they have related to their disability, that they need more supports. Specialized academic instruction, although again, specialized academic instruction can be infused, co-teaching, push-in models, and served again with their non-disabled peers. In the IEP specifically, we have the services page, and because I didn't want to omit it, for English learners, again, our big feature of conversation when we're talking about services and actual location of services, again, we want to ensure a benefit. And for English learners specifically, where are they receiving integrated and designated ELD? So those are the big highlights there, that we keep that in mind of where they could develop the most to their ability, their proficiency in English. But again, just some ed benefit reminders for any IEP that you're looking at that you might want to go through as you're looking through an IEP and determining ed benefit type of questions as you're doing either a file review or looking at your own IEP. You can look at this page and ask yourself again, now that we've written the goals, so this is sequential on purpose, because when we're talking about placement and services, it happens at the end of the IEP. So for the initial referrals, remember we had that cycle of initial referrals, just because you referred, just because the child was assessed, doesn't necessarily mean they'll qualify, and absolutely doesn't necessarily mean that they will be served in a special education setting. And I just have to say that because, again, I'm a realist. And I know that these conversations sometimes happen at school sites, where maybe if the child were to go to a special education setting, all issues would be resolved. I know I don't have that kind of pixie dust. We want to help students in the best way that we can. and helping them be successful in the least restrictive environment, which is the general ed environment. I said a little bit earlier this morning, all students are general ed. All students are general ed. It's how we layer the supports to support the child and assist them to be their best little selves, given their abilities, knowing that they have a disability. So where we focus on celebrating all of the abilities and skills, just like you or I, we all have relative strengths and relative weaknesses. I'm gonna focus on my strengths. My weaknesses, they'll kind of meet. Same thing true for our students. How do we look at all their skills and assets? Maybe primary language is definitely an asset we can build on. So again, just a little bit to think about as you go through your services page. And there's a specific question on the services page that I know gets hard to talk about, which is harmful effects. None of us want to do anything harmful to students, right? No, that's not our business. We want to help students to be successful. Yet we have to look at the other side of the coin. When students aren't given the opportunity to be in general education environments and to flourish with their non-disabled peers, potentially could have some harmful effects. Social effects, maybe less opportunity for rigor, less opportunities that they would get in that general ed environment. So we have to have the active conversation. So really, again, that question is there so that we have that conversation, that we inform our decisions before we go to the next step, which is actually talking about the ed setting itself. Where is the child going to be served? So again, ideally, students with disabilities alongside their non-disabled peers for the majority or all of their school day. Again, I have some ed benefit reminders there as you're going through your particular ed setting page, as you're talking about percent of time in general education, because again, we want to see high percentages of general ed and having access and equity to those general education environments. And also recognizing the need for supports related to the disability. So a child may need specialized academic instruction. Is that specialized academic instruction provided within or out of that general ed environment, and why? Right, specifically talking and calling out to the whys. And it may be a designated support. Maybe the child also receives speech and languages services, OT services, VI services, O&M services. And whatever those services are, again, we're talking about all the needs of the child in the IEP and where those services will be provided. And when we look at each and every one of our children, we also recognize that they're all individuals. So we could have written, your caseload is 28 students, and you may have written the 27th IEP, and that 28th student is very, very uniquely different. All the IEPs are different, but again, every child has a different need. Their goals will all be different. The supports they need may be different. You might find some commonalities, again, in the accessibility and the technology that you're using, but we're crafting the IEP with that child specifically in mind. So not my entire caseload, but that one child. How am I making a difference for her and planning out her individualized education program? And again, that least restrictive environment is that general ed setting, And again, when we look at, what are all the other, but again, how can we get here? Maybe we're not here yet, and we still need to talk about it. So when we talk about least restrictive environment and specific to English learners, we're always thinking and considering what are the environments. When we talked earlier about integrated and designated, again, when we look at the research regarding language development, and I had some references there on that slide, again, the general ed environment is where we would see the flourishing of the language, of developing English proficiency and academic language. So I had one learning and one wondering, even though I think we had the most and we did take a break. If you do think of a question, please enter in the chat box. For my live friends, let's go ahead and just put a sticky on the table if you did have a question, because I will come around. I'm going to try to answer all the questions by the end of today. And again, if you have a specific question that's unique to a specific student, whether local and live via Zoom, again, you could also contact us via email, myself or my colleagues, and we'll be sure to get back out to you if you're starting to think now, because some of you, I see you thinking and narrowing to maybe that one student on your caseload, maybe a couple of students on your caseload, where now you're having and pondering some questions, and that's a good thing. At this point in time, we've walked through the IEP. We've walked through the IEP. We've used the guide as a guide to guide us through that IEP process. So you may have noticed that we've covered pretty much every page of the IEP, give or take. And at this point, we've crafted that IEP. IEPs are live, living, active documents, right? Again, no less than one time a year, on or before the day it was created. But in the interim time, sometimes there are amendments to be written. So you might already be thinking about, maybe I need to amend a goal, or maybe I didn't see quite the progress on the goal that I would have liked, because maybe I hadn't yet looked at the ELD standards. Maybe, and again, these are more ponderings or wonderings that I think that you might be starting to think about, and if you haven't, maybe jot it down. You could always go back. I would also say that if you have an opportunity to go into one of your IEPs, it's always really a learning moment for us, and again, we're all learners. We're all learners, we're always honing our craft. It might be a good opportunity to take out a random sample, an IEP. If you're an administrator, maybe several IEPs, and kind of just go through the progression of the ed benefit reminders. Maybe the goals is where you want to look at first. And again, or maybe from a more programmatical stance, maybe you're an English language coach, you're an EL coach or EL specialist, you're on the LAT team. You know, if you're someone like that, maybe it's that you do a data poll or identify, okay, of all my students who are students with disabilities who are English learners, where are they receiving their designated supports, their designated ELD? For how much time? Maybe again, it's that you decided, I'm gonna go back to chapter 5 and chapter 6. Maybe I'm gonna have a staff meeting and really focus on the EL principles and the EL roadmap so that we're all cohesive, our general ed and our special ed. Because that's also, as much as we advocate for least restrictive environment, and I always say this for our students, I sometimes say for as a special educator, I need LRE too. I want to make friends with my curriculum coaches and my EL coordinators and our EL specialists. So I always look for opportunities to invite friends. So invite your friends. If you come to any of our other trainings, whether you're participating live via Zoom, bring your friends. We love to see general educators and special educators at the same table having active conversations for all kids, right? And how we support all of our learners on our campuses. So as we go into section 4, okay, we go into section 4, and this is a hard chapter for me personally, because I'm the type that I need a lot of information before I can make a decision on a student exiting. So when we went through pre-referral and referral, in the scenario where the student was in fact eligible for special education, did have a disability, maybe the student has received special education programs and services, maybe has now reached a triennial, and the team is considering a potential exit. Those can become very tricky conversations. In today's world where we have a lot of litigation, advocates, it becomes that much more of a tricky conversation because again, we may have met all of the students' needs and feel an exit is appropriate. We may have scenarios, however, where someone else might perceive that as you're pulling away service that a child still needs. So data and assessment is absolutely valuable and necessary to come to this conversation. Exiting from a student from special education is not an easy feat. Needs to be based in assessments and assessment data, lots of it, that you can support and corroborate and correlate with other data tools. And again, thinking about the child as the center of the conversation prior to any exit. And that decision can only be made through the IEP team and the IEP team process. As difficult as this section is, I actually want you to get into the chapter yourselves so that we can really talk about it. So if you're using the QR, you can click on the QR and it'll bookmark you to section 4. If not, I want you to turn into chapter 8. As with all of the other chapters, you'll see in chapter 8, so again, just to get you back into the book, we have questions for teachers and then questions with the administrator lens. So again, lots of expertise went into crafting this book. CDE, both the Special Education Division and the EL Division and their work group did a phenomenal job. You can see that it's very user-friendly. It's an absolutely a great resource for you to use. So as we talk about exits, I also created for you a graphic organizer, if you will, because I love cheat sheets and handy tools. So this is in your electronic folder if you're participating via Zoom. And then for our local participants, these are some of those questions. And again, they're derived from the chapter itself, from chapter 8, to help you frame your conversation. So in just a little bit, you're going to use this tool to help you get into one of the scenarios in the actual practitioner's guide. So again, it asks you some very hard questions that need to be pondered and considered when thinking about exiting a child, specifically a child who is a student with disability who's an English learner. Because we can think of all the hypotheticals. Maybe a student came to your district with an IEP already, came from some other state, because it wouldn't happen in California, some other state, let's say. And after working with this child, assessing the child, we come to a triennial potentially and determine that maybe this student was misidentified. Maybe it is an EL need, not a disability need. Could happen. But some questions to ponder as you go through that process. So you're going to use this worksheet. You'll walk through the chapter. I promise the answers to these questions in a general sense are in the chapter. Just a hint, there's a Q&A also at the end of the chapter. So this is the sheet that you'll be using. So our Zoom participants, feel free to use the chat room. If you're not participating via group, use our chat to answer the questions, or maybe you have a question to a question, and that's okay too. But we're specifically going to go to the scenario of Edgar. And he is on page 362. So this particular section talks about Edgar specifically and the team's data that they're utilizing. So I'm going to give you time to actually read the whole scenario. And then in your small group, use the placemat as your cheat sheet, your graphic organizer, to have the conversation. And then we're going to come back to a dialogue of what was our sense of the exit, or maybe the decision to not exit. So again, page 362 is the start of the scenario of Edgar and where he is, his needs, his learning, and the discussion for potential exit. So go ahead and take time to read that scenario over. Again, starts on page 362. Friends, let's talk a little bit about Edgar, our little guy. And clearly this is not Edgar, but I thought he was a really cute kid that looks like an Edgar to me. So let's talk a little bit about exits. I saw many of you kind of like writing questions to questions and filling out the rubric on exits. Let's just kind of maybe thumbs up. How many were like, yeah, we need to exit Edgar. He needs to be exited from special education. Okay, we had some thumbs up. How many were like, oh, I'm not quite sure? I'm in the I'm not quite sure group. And I think maybe as a school psych, and I think one of my school psychs is the one nodding back there, kind of the nerd that I am. I want to see the psych eval. I want to see what processing disorder looks like. I want to see progress over time. I need some more data tools to really ground me in a for sure yes. And maybe because I've said on the other side in a hearing or advocates that I really, personally and professionally, I really have to look at this one. And it's hard for me. I need more context. I need a little bit more information. But for sure, there are some questions here. But any comments out here, and I heard some comments, I'm going to pick on some people in the crowd, that had some really good reflections. And again, these scenarios are to help us have these reflective conversations. So that again, should we be in that context of making a decision, it's a hard one to make, right? It really is. So there was some really good comments back here. I'm going to give it a mic.
So one of the, being a special ed teacher, I can say that it's very easy to exit special ed in a situation that is similar to Edgar, but it's very challenging to return when you need to return, if you need to return. So for me, being a high school teacher, we see oftentimes students being very successful with the IEP plan that they have in middle school, but the dynamics change when they transfer to the high school, where there's a higher expectation of independence. And if those supports that were in middle school are no longer present in high school, then oftentimes we have students that are going through the referral process once again in their lives. And their parents are like, you know, he did exit when he was in middle school. He was doing so well. Yes, but then he was in the learning center. He was, you know, they had instructional aids in the classroom. So the dynamics were different. And so one of the things that I would do is I would keep the student, monitor the student, because what's telling me right now is that the IEP is working. That's why he's being successful. And so I need to monitor the student, and then we'll decide as we gather more data.
Okay. Thank you for sharing.
So I'll piggyback
Sure.
on that.
Sure.
You know, as Sandra said, we don't agree that he should be reclassified or taken out of the special ed program. What we would do is possibly pull away some of the supports that he currently has and see if he's continuing to be successful. And then we can always re-add them, right? As long as he continues to have an IEP. If we pull the IEP away from him, we're going to have to start all over the assessment process. And we do see it over and over at the high school level. So I would say definitely be hesitant to pull that IEP because as they transition, things, you know, change. And sometimes they need to go back to those supports.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments for or against reclass? Okay, not reclass, sorry. We're going to get to that chapter next. Right now we're talking about exit from special ed. I apologize.
Okay, so I mean, well, I believe that he should, and but another thing, I mean, just listening to their comments is, so what are the systems not in place to support these kids once they get to the high school level? It's all about supporting the kids, and now with all the funding that we get for these students, I mean, and I know because he could be an EL, he can be an unduplicated student, and challenging him but putting a system in place to support him, getting him that additional support to help him go through his classes. And I know times have changed, but I think that some of these kids are just, Edgar, you know, has a couple disabilities that should not stop him from reaching his potential. I'm all about challenging, but I'm not at the high school, so I'm not discounting what you're saying, but I truly believe in just going for it. I mean, the
Okay.
data there says that he's doing okay.
He's doing well. Okay. I think there was, I'm going to come around this side. Excuse me. There we go. Thank you.
I mean, I think I agree with both of what you're both saying. I think to have a clearly defined fade out / exit plan that is 6 weeks or something, clearly defined goals that are met, student meets those goals, exit from special education. And then is there the ability once he gets to the high school level, because we don't want to over-identify students as being disabled if they're not. We're also looking at present levels of how they're performing at this current time, not how they may be performing in a year or two. But if the student does start to struggle at high school, there's an ability to reopen that record if the assessment is current and less than a year old, and you have additional information that's showing the student may meet eligibility criteria with additional information you have, may not have to go through the entire gamut of a full psycho ed eval to determine if services could be provided.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, again, lots of valid points because it's not easy. We can all argue for and against, in the middle of the road, more conversations, recrafting the IEP. Every child is so different and unique. And I think really that, oh no, I went from the wrong mic. Am I, oh yeah, I still mic'd. Because we see that, again, our students are all very unique. And in this particular chapter, again, I would recommend that if you are coming up to those conversations, is using those tools. Because in this particular chapter, we're asking ourselves is, does this child still qualify under education code to have that disability? Is that disability still present via the ed code? So again, our frame of reference goes back there. Is there an actual disability? Or was this student potentially misidentified? So referred and made eligible in some other land, not in California, as having a disability when he or she shouldn't have, right? So in this case of Edgar, there's a recommendation to exit. But again, we could probably find other conversations to say, maybe not yet, or maybe with other supports. One of the things that this chapter also identifies is that potentially in this case, maybe this child still has a processing deficit, but there is no longer that patterns of strengths and weaknesses per se, and the student is still being successful. Based on that deficit, or potentially maybe another disability. Sometimes we get questions about students, let's just say, who have ADHD. So again, that's a disabling category that potentially they qualify for an IEP, potentially a 504 supports. All kids are different. Maybe an SST is just fine. So in these particular cases, when we're talking about exits or students who are doing well, I often hear that, students doing very, very well. We need the data to support what does doing well mean, right? What does that look like? What are the assessments and the tools that we're using to make these determinations? Because the student may still have an actual disability that only substantially affects, and I say only, that's probably the wrong term, but again, not adversely that they need an IEP. Maybe we need to have a conversation about a 504, potentially. Again, very dependent and specific. There are some FAQs in this chapter as well. If you have had questions at your district or your school site, again, going over the scenario might be helpful. And again, transitioning into a 504 is also referenced there. I know today we didn't talk specifically about 504 and the differences between the IEP and the 504. If that's a question that maybe your district has, there's some a reference link there as well. Because again, there is a difference between that 504 and the IEP. Today we've been talking about the IEP, and I completely understand that. So again, exits, again, not to take in lightly or lightheartedly. Definitely have the data that you need to make an informed decision, and that parents also have all the information they need so that they understand that this recommendation that you're making, because again, that is an IEP team process and discussion. So again, making sure that everyone's on the same page with the understanding of that decision that's being made moving forward and the impacts, both positive and maybe potentially negative. But have the active conversation in those IEP team meetings. So again, that is the chapter on EL. There were so many questions still in the chat room. about goals and objectives, and I'm going to circle back really, really quick before we start talking about reclass, because we do want to get into reclassification before we end the day today. And I know we've been going quickly through the practitioner's guide. So again, just to remind you, if you have more questions about linguistically appropriate IEPs and goals specifically, page 208 is a page that you're going to want to tab in your practitioner's guide specifically. Remember, our goal is to infuse, and again, page 210 talks about, again, utilizing those ELD standards infused with the Common Core State Standards. So again, we don't have a standalone goal for ELD, but rather we acknowledge the needs for English language development into the goal that we're writing. So again, page 210 talks specifically about linguistically appropriate goals that are not specific ELD goals, but again, take into account both the California State Standards and the ELD standards. So I did have you highlight that second to the last paragraph on page 210 regarding goals and objectives. So again, that's very important. And I thought a great question that comes up sometimes is, what if the goal is related to behavior? So in that sense, if you're having those scenarios where you're talking about students with behavioral needs and behavioral challenges, because remember, a behavioral need or behavioral challenge also in and of itself does not qualify you for special education. Sometimes we get a lot of referrals about behavior, and maybe they will qualify for special education. But with our second language learners, so also when we're talking about students who are learning, I would want to refer you back to page 119. So page 119 in chapter 3 can help you have those conversations about deciphering, is this due to second language acquisition? Is it a possible learning disability? And the behaviors that you're seeing. So there's an example here, for instance, inattentive student who appears unmotivated or potentially appears angry. And again, we'd want to articulate what are those actual observable behaviors in that pre-referral process, because part of learning a new language or acclimating or assimilating to a new culture and a new environment, maybe newly immigrated or newcomers, there can be a lot of emotions and behaviors that are manifested because of those feelings and emotions. And I mentioned that earlier this morning, is again, if we can all make an affirmation in a head nod that behavior is communication. Behavior is communication in and of itself. So as we look to those behavioral concerns, again, this language difference versus disability might be another area to circle back and have those conversations about how the student is progressing in English, because when we look at the communicative competence of students as they acquire a new language, it affects both social aspects and academic aspects. So it may be that your behavioral goal also takes into consideration the interpretive, the communication, the collaborative portion of the ELD standards. So again, we're kind of bridging those ideas, because when we communicate, again, how a child communicates, again, taking into consideration those ELD standards. So writing linguistically appropriate goals, again, is very important. So I don't want to say that no, the behavior goals, but again, thinking about when given what and what does what, so the expectation of that goal, again, can the student have access or demonstrate that skill, maybe need some English language supports or at least accessibility tools, maybe I don't have the right words, so I get really frustrated. Taking that into consideration as you write your goals as well, if behavior is the concern. So again, I just kind of wanted to backtrack a little bit on that. So we quickly went through exits and the student scenario in that chapter. And I think we do have time. So on this one, and again, to let you stretch your legs, because then we're going to go into reclass. So there's lots of questions on reclass. So let's go ahead and plan for a break. Let's take a 10-minute break. And again, one new learning and one wondering. So if you had a new learning, I'd love to hear it. And then if you still have one wondering, a looming question maybe that you have, I'd love to hear that as well. So write it on your sticky. For our local participants, go ahead and put it on the easel board. For our Zoom participants, please feel free to enter your questions into the chat feature. And again, I hope to answer all of your questions today or shortly thereafter. So again, we'd love to hear from you. We'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll talk all about reclass. Okay, right, lots of information. You might be on information overload at this point. You're just like, no, more is more, and I want to stop. And that's okay, because we're almost done with today's training. Not really, because I'm sure you have lots of questions. I had a question, though, that I wanted to address, because I thought it was a very helpful question to transition us from the last section to the next section. So in section 4, we were talking about exits from special education. So there was a question that came up, and I'll read specifically. Can a student be exited from special education services without reclassification? So yes, we're talking about two different things. So we have our Ed Code and eligibility criterion as to a child and a disability. And then the EL and reclass process is completely separate. So in those scenarios, we have eligibility criteria for students with disabilities, and then the reclass process is separate. However, I did want to, again, because these questions might come up after the fact, or you might say, what did she say, or where did she find that? So in the California Practitioner's Guide, specifically on page 366. So in the California Practitioner's Guide, page 366, there in the frequently asked questions, it says, does an English learner need to be reclassified as an RFEP in order for the IEP team to consider exiting from special education? And it indicates there no, and then it gives more of an explanation. So again, if you're having that wondering of should we reclass first before we think about exit, not necessarily. They're two separate and distinct rules and criterions regarding exits from special education and the reclass process, okay? Which is a great segue, because now we're going to talk about reclass. So now we find ourselves in section 5, specifically. In section 5, again, the reclassification of English learner status. So student may be identified, and we have a child who has an IEP, has a disability, has been making wonderful progress towards English language acquisition. English language development standards have been utilized. The student's demonstrating wonderful progress, and now gets to that summative assessment for LPAC. We've already considered all of the accessibility tools. We went through the accessibility checklist. The student, again, if they have a significant cognitive disability, potentially they took an alternate to the LPAC. If the child does not have a significant disability, they must take the LPAC. You would then exhaust all your universal designated supports and accommodations based on the learning needs of the student and the need to access the assessment. So we went through that process during the IEP. So if we say that now the student is being considered, we're talking about the great progress that the student has made. Now we have this 4-prong process that we're discussing to determine reclassification. So we look at the requirements of reclassification, and the first prong, and there was a change in January, so it's been a while now. We're going to be a full year now. So January 2019, the overall score performance level is 4 for the LPAC. So again, the overall score, not meaning each domain, but the overall score would equate to a level 4. Remember, in this case of Jenny, she's a level 3. So based on this first prong, we probably wouldn't go forward with talking about reclass. Yet we're going to dig into the book and we're going to review the prongs so we can really discuss it. But for face value, again, here are the 4 prongs. So the first one is set by regulations. So again, overall performance level of 4. The other, however, are locally determined by your DLAC. So what measures, so what teacher evaluations, what is curriculum mastery for your district? When you look at parent involvement, what does that entail? Have we consulted and included the parent in the conversation? For students with IEP, so an English learner with a disability, this conversation oftentimes comes right into an amendment, so we can have this active conversation with the entire team that's serving the child. If that's something you're not doing, you might want to consider that as well, because again, we want to talk about the full needs of the child. And then student performance, comparison of the student's performance, what did growth look like, what did progress measures look like. But again, we have to look at each of the 4 prongs The score gets us into the conversation. Again, because a child may have a 4 on the LPAC, and when we have the other conversations, it may well be that the team decides to not reclassify. It is a team-based decision based on each of these prongs. So when we look at English language performance assessment, it may be that the student took an alternate. So the student had a significant cognitive disability, and they took an alternate. And as a result of the conversation surrounding the alternate, then we were able to begin the reclassification process and conversation. So the reclassification is a process. The 4 in and of itself is not, okay, reclassified. We need progress monitoring thereafter as well. And the progress monitoring, again, is a very important piece. Again, we heard earlier about scaffolds when we talked about exit from special ed. What are the supports? The same is true for a student reclassification. Should a student be reclassified, how are we going to track that student 2 years out? How are we going to look at the progress made of the child? So again, we look at these particular features. In SACE, there is a reclassification sheet. I'd rather call it a sample. So if you are a SACE user, if you have talked to your SELPA director, we do have a form. Nevertheless, it's a sample because the rules tell us that, again, these are Title III, Title I, and Title III regs. They must go through the DLAC. Your DLAC, your school, your EL master plan talks about the reclassification process. Your board has approved it. So again, you don't want to do anything that's outside of the rules, right? So again, recognizing what's in your EL master plan, maybe you have a reclassification criteria and a form that you're utilizing. So again, right here I have the reference there. So if you wanted to look it up, again, your DLAC shall review and comment on the school district's reclassification procedures. And that's for students with and without disabilities. So of all students, again, your DLAC is who you want to look for. So again, from the special education perspective, again, why we want to be very good friends with our EL coordinator, because we want to make informed decisions, right? We wouldn't want to start a process and then find out that we didn't follow the correct process for reclassification. So I'm going to refer you back into the book. On page 379 of the California Practitioner's Guide, so page 379, it tells you about 3 pathways towards reclassification. And I want to make sure we're all looking to this reference because many questions come with reclassification. Again, we're constantly asking ourselves the questions related to language versus disability. But so that we're clear about the pathways, we see pathway 1 and 2 on page 379. So pathway 1 is again that overall is 4. So this exact pattern here, oops, sorry, I'm going to go back one. The exact pattern is 4. Pathway 2, however, is the scenario where a student with a significant cognitive disability would take the alternate. So for us locally, it's the VCALPS. In other areas, it may be another tool because we still don't have the alternate LPAC, right, that CDE has developed. So at this point, again, pathway 2 would be that the student participates in an alternate to the LPAC and demonstrates a level 4 as well. So demonstrates the acquisition, progress, proficiency. Pathway 3 is where there are many conversations. I want us to turn to page 380. And I know I shouldn't read to you, but I want to make sure that we're seeing the same thing. So on page 380, we have pathway 3. English learners with disabilities whose disability precludes assessment in one or more of the domains in the English language proficiency assessment, and there are no appropriate accommodations for the affected domain. So if you could take a highlighter and highlight pathway 3. And we alluded a little bit to this pathway when we were looking over at the LPAC administration student accessibility sheet. So this would be your companion as you're talking about, again, reclassification. Because for all intents and purposes, for a student with a disability, we would want to exhaust all of the accommodations. Because always remember that very important question on the alternate decision worksheet was, does the student have a significant cognitive disability? So I come back to it because I know this is where, there's some concern sometimes. So please, I'm going to reiterate. If on the alternate confirmation worksheet, the answer was no. So does the student have a significant cognitive disability and an IEP? And the answer is no. So the student does not have a significant cognitive disability. Then we should not give an alternate, right? So no alternate. No significant disability, no alternate. We can come back to the LPAC worksheet as well and talk about domain exemptions. Potentially the disability is that impacting in that particular area that it distinctly affects. So even with the accessibility tools, even with voice output devices, even with accessibility supports, the student's not able to access that domain. Then we may have a conversation about that pathway 3. So again, that pathway 3 is again in those other circumstances. But we still need to come back and look at teacher evaluation, parent involvement, student performance. So these are continuing to be part of the dialogue. The pathways really refer us to this, how do we meet this first facet of the reclassification process? Because we may easily, through pathway 1, say that yes, child has a 4 on the LPAC, let's move forward the conversation. We may have the child who takes the alternate, again, well-developed, level 4, we continue the conversation. It's the pathway 3, the students who potentially need a domain exemption that we need to have more fruitful conversations. And then again, I refer you to what is the language in your EL master plan? What does it say about reclassification of students with disabilities? Is your DLAC having conversations? Do you have a criterion or a sheet? So this again might be a tool to help with those conversations. So if you're in a particular district who kind of teeters or says, we haven't quite yet had active conversations about reclassification and students with disabilities who may have domain exemptions, this form could potentially be a tool to gather the team around and start the conversation. What does our master plan say? Is it silent on the alternate? Is it silent potentially? Hope it's not. But is there maybe more language that needs to be discussed? Maybe we need to relook at our reclassification document in our sheet, because our documents and our sheets are what guide the conversations. So this might be another entry point for a district. I know this question comes up about reclassification frequently, as we know that the LP scores will be out. We won't receive a color on the dashboard, but we will receive a status. So your districts will have a status when it comes to the LP based on the progress that your students have made on their LPAC assessment. Because there is no state adopted alternate to the LPAC, again, that data won't be part of this of the LP indicator. I also have to say though, if the student took the alternate assessment, know that an alternate assessment for purposes of the score report will be a lost score. So I may not have mentioned that earlier. So if you had a student who took an alternate, their score sheet and their little gauges will have no scores. So you'll have lowest attainable scale score on their score sheet. So the score sheet will reflect 0. So again, those may be the students that you look at first to say, okay, I had some students who didn't fare well. Do they have a significant cognitive disability? Should they have taken an alternate? Or it may be that, do I have students with a disability who took the LPAC, didn't score well, and need some accommodations? Maybe we didn't turn on those accessibility tools, or we haven't yet taught the child how to use those accessibility tools. LPAC.org has some great videos on LPAC accessibility tools that you might want to look at and peruse to help you, again, make those informed decisions. Because unlike the SBAC, where you're administering the assessment, usually someone else is administering that LPAC and having communication with them so that they're aware that the child who's taking the assessment requires those accommodations. So it may be that we haven't yet accessed the right accessibility tools on the LPAC. I have a question. Here you go.
What are the implications for the school district to reclassify students or not reclassify?
That's a very good question. So again, what are the implications? I think if we say student-centered, we focus on the needs of the students. Again, students that are identified, you may be a district who receives supplemental concentration. We're looking at our English learners, how we serve our English learners, and that gives the districts resources to support their needs. So again, there's never a rush to reclassify. We want to support student need. So again, at the same time, I know that there are those out in the field who say, well, could we reclassify? Because again, this affects our LP, our dashboard. But clearly, again, we want our students to make progress. So I try to kind of shy away from, again, what are the ramifications? As opposed to more, what are the students' needs? The LPAC scores are definitely a good tool to help us, again, guide us through the EL principles, talk about our systems and how we're using the ELD standards, and how we're monitoring progress, how we're helping students. Because development of a second language takes time. It takes time. And again, depending on how long or the access, the use of and the practice of the L2, again, maybe 3 years, maybe 5, maybe 7. But what does progress look like? So again, when we think about reclassification, we want to know, again, how the student is faring. So having said that, I want you to look at the student's scenarios, because it's always helpful to get some context around reclassification. So in your practitioner's guide, it starts on page 380. And you have some scenarios there of a student, again, pathway 1, a student reclassified via pathway 2 on page 383, and then a student on page 385 of pathway 3. And I think the majority of the questions that I receive are typically about pathway 3. I think pathway 1, again, LPAC score overall 4. We can talk about reclass. On pathway 2, the student has a significant disability, taking the alternate to the LPAC and doing well. We talk about reclass. It's where, again, we may have had some domain exemptions. The student wasn't able to access the domains that we struggle. So I'd like you in your small group to either look at a pathway 3. So if you want to look at Natasha, scenario 5 on page 385, or Somaya on page 387, those are pathway 3 scenarios. So again, on page 385, and then again on 387, we have students with pathway 3 for reclassification. So let's take some time to read through those scenarios, and then we will regroup. Skim through them to just get an idea. What are some thoughts, some ponderings maybe that you've had? Anybody want to share? And I'll go back a few slides to this one. So again, remember the criteriums for 2, 3, and 4 live in your district. So I can't tell you what your progress monitoring tools are or what the minimum threshold is for parent involvement, because those are local decisions. Your DLAC committees, your boards will have approved your EL master plan. All of those prongs live within your district. This reclassification section is specifically targeting, again, the issues with number 1, what gets us started into the conversation of reclassification. And reclassification, again, is based and living in how has the child developed academic language, English proficiency, right? So English language proficiency. So again, that's what we're looking at. And I have to say that, again, locally, we do live right on a border, and we have students who have some receptive in their primary. And again, if we're struggling with L1 and L2 and what are their foundations, Maybe that the L1 isn't very strong, and not that we're gonna get on our soapbox for why we love dual language immersion programs, but again, regardless of what their skills and abilities are in their L1, this is asking for what is their proficiency and development in English. In that pathway 3, though, we have to have deeper conversations of what is the disability and how does the disability potentially impact access to the assessment tool that we're using to help us determine proficiency. That's where it gets a little muddled, because we want to say, what is the disability? How does the disability affect learning and the acquisition of a language or in communication? Receptive skills, expressive skills, how they come into play if there's a disability in that area and how they affect language. So the more that we can have the LPAC be accessible to the student via the accommodations and supports and potentially domain exemptions, again, we can have that reclassification conversation. It's not an easy one. And again, I want to correct myself. I did say earlier that upon reclass, we have to track students for 2 years. The regulation is 4. So the regulation is 4. So if we decide to reclass a student, we need to track their progress, continue to meet, continue to determine what are the necessary supports. So should you then reclassify a student as being an RFEP, then again, that matrix 4 will be important. The accessibility sheet for the LPAC will be important, because again, the student may need some of those supports in the classroom, right? So we're talking not only about the assessment itself, the LPAC, but how those supports translate into the classroom. It's kind of like when we were talking about exits for a student with a disability. What are the supports, the scaffolds, the strategies that we've utilized? What does it say in the IEP? Because although the student may have been reclassified, we may say that as a result of the disability, we still need the accessibility tools in that special factors page. In the present levels of performance page, we can again talk about what progress looks like. When we come back to the goals and objectives, we may say we still need it to be linguistically appropriate, because the student is still acquiring and developing. So again, those are decisions that you will make as an IEP team through that process. So again, this is merely a sample that's available to you. The student scenarios and the FAQs are very good as well. So I always would direct you to the FAQs if you have more reclass questions. Specifically tomorrow, if you are joining us regarding students with cognitive disabilities, significant cognitive disabilities, will again touch into this topic. But before you go to one learning and one wondering, because I'm sure there's a lot of wonderings, I want to preface this one about twice the load. But as I'm talking, I would definitely like your feedback. So if you can fill out our feedback survey before you leave today, your input is very, very valuable to myself and my colleagues as we continue to work on this grant work, and we try to, again, support your needs in the field. Your questions are valuable to us, that, again, we're ensuring that we're meeting your needs, scaffolding and building into. So today really it was an introduction, front loading, if you will, to the different chapters, to help you determine where the entry points are that you want to go back to your teams, back to your districts, and have active conversations. So I do have a survey today for our particular session of an introduction to the California Practitioner's Guide for English Learners with Disabilities. So again, the feedback survey is there, and the slide is also in yours. But I want to leave you with this thought of twice the load. Our students, when we think about our English learners, we know that our English learners are English learners in all context. Social context, academic context, structural context, right? So wherever they go, playground or classroom, through periods, whether they're in PE, history, that CET course at the high school level. English learners and still developing language and thinking about language in different ways, developing their vocabulary. And when we think about students who are English learners with a disability, again, the compounding effects. Again, we're maybe in that invisible backpack, so the English learner, we may not see it. That invisible backpack lives, and the student is needing supports in every area across context. Now think there's an additional brick, an additional set, additional layer in that little backpack that student needs supports, again, to carry the weight of that disability and the language difference and how those compound learning, social aspects, maybe even behavior. So again, just leaving you with some information. Cognitive load during problem solving, effects on learning. Again, I have just a resource there for you. And then again, if you could complete our survey and feedback. Before you leave, please enter questions in the chat box if you still have questions. We have your email. So if there are very specific questions, we may email you directly to reach out to us so we can have conversations, because some of you have some specific student questions. We wouldn't want to breach confidentialities, but we're more than happy, and I myself, more than happy to engage with you with our phone call or through email. For my local friends, again, if you still have lingering questions, feel free to leave them on the chart regarding reclassification. Feedback is very, very important to us. So if you could fill out the feedback, the survey when you get a chance. There's also a checklist in the appendices. So if you were going through all the ed benefit questions that I had and you want something quicker, this appendice is very, very helpful. So again, appendice 5.1, if you are just doing file reviews, maybe you're an administrator and you want to look at some IEPs, or maybe from the teacher lens, you want to look at some of the IEPs that you recently have written for English learners with disabilities. This might be another checklist for you. Links to additional resources are in the presentation as well. And I apologize to those who work with preschoolers, but I do have a preschool link for the preschool language survey, because LPAC starts at TK, right, to 12. But again, we have a need because our preschoolers through the IEP process need to be identified. So preschoolers also need linguistically appropriate IEPs. Sheets and documents that I referenced today are also in your additional resources for you, with some additional resources as well. And I'll wait for your questions. So if you have questions for my local friends, I'll stay. If you have specific questions for me, or if you just want to tack them on the board, that's fine. And of course, our Zoom participants, thank you. Thank you for joining us for your entire day. And should you have questions, feel free to continue to enter those into the chat box. So thank you so much, everyone. And again, Deborah Montoya, that's me. And you have actually my email. And your moderator on the chat was Lupita Olguin Rubio, and her email. And then future training opportunities are on our website. So feel free to go to our website to look for future training opportunities that you would like to be a part of. And all of our trainings that are specifically related to the California Practitioners Guide, because of our partnership with CDE and CCEE, will be broadcasted live, archived, and placed on our website again, should you want to come back to the material or share it with others. So thank you. Thank you for taking time out of your busy days, your busy day, and knowing that, again, we're here to serve our students. So thank you for sharing and the passion and the work that we have for students, serving students with ELs with disabilities. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So I will stay. So if there are questions, again, it's 3:18. I will stay. Again, if there's specific questions that you have for me. And for our Zoom participants, feel free to continue to enter questions in the chat. We'll leave about 4 o'clock. So we do want to ensure that we address your specific questions, because we did go quick and fast through the practitioner's guide. Good question. So if there were previous trainings that you missed, we will archive them. Our actual website is not fully up and running. When it does, we'll send everyone a notification. But today's training and all of our prior trainings will be archived with the materials as well on our website. Okay, so they will be there. Thank you. Thank you.